and they take a photograph of you, and I don't like that. So I just want you to know that's why the live started like that. Sure did. Anyways, I started a little window garden. I have a pineapple. I'm very ambitious. I have a pineapple in Michigan, but bitch, I'm trying my best. I also have an onion. He is going fucking nuts. I'm obsessed. Go onion. Go onion. And then these two guys, I'm gonna be real with you. These are an experiment because I feel like I get a couple weeks of green onion, and then at some point they all are just like ugly and fucked up. So I don't know. I'm praying. I'm praying for my plants. I hope they work out. But who knows? I'm about to make a giant jar of water and talk to you for a long time because I feel like we haven't talked in a million years. But that's not really true. But that doesn't matter. That's what I'm gonna say. And I still haven't gotten a stand. Yes, honestly, this kitchen is so tiny and crazy. I also made some body butter with shea butter, and I haven't done anything with it. I was gonna transfer it into a jar, but now we're not. So now we're not. Now we're not. But this kitchen is tiny as fuck. It's a baby kitchen. Oh, bitch. Past me loves me. That's a real bitch. Like, this is a real bitch. Like, wow. Wow. I deserved all of that. I made it. Oh, bitch. You know what? And you know what? And for the next bitch. And for the next bitch. Okay? Because I don't want to forget how this helped me. Okay? I don't want to forget. I'm going to pay it forward to my future self. She gonna be so fucking delighted. Anyways, getting back into it. This is mad random, but as a fat bitch, do any of y'all ever feel weird about wearing sweatpants? I feel like when I was a younger fat bitch, I used to be like, you know what? I don't feel like this is a cute outfit for me. And I really feel like it's because like when you're fat, you're supposed to always be like trying to get to it, trying to get to beauty, trying to get to being done, trying to get to looking better than you look. Like and apparently like sweatpants just signal like I don't give a fuck. And I'm gonna be real with you. Like there's a part of me that feels like sweatpants are amazing, but there's also a part of me that feels like, just the desire to not look like such a fat bitch. And like the reality is you're a fat bitch no matter what you wear. But it's the fact that like a sweatpant, it just gives. I'm sorry, I'm neighborhood watching. Anyways, but yeah, I also got a new chair because I broke my other chair, bitch. And honestly, it could have been a big disaster. But when the chair broke, I literally just fell like exactly onto my butt. And I was like, thank God. Cause like a chair could break and it could penetrate you. You could get hurt. There was also a lot of like cups around me and water around me. Like at one point I was doing a foot soak. At one point I was doing a foot soak in super hot rose water with mad rose petals everywhere, bitch. So honestly, the fact that I survived that, like, I'm clearly an angel. Cause nothing else adds up. Um, but yeah, no, thank you so much. Yeah, no, I feel like I've been really trying to take like loving my hair more seriously. I feel like I talked about this a couple of weeks ago, but I've been really just trying to reappraise like how long I weave or pack hair in my hair, and I'm really trying to like not do as many protective styles with like synthetic hair. I'm really trying to push myself to figure out low maintenance styling options for myself that don't burn me out and don't have my hair breaking. But bitch, I'm still figuring it out because yesterday I went out and I wore a bonnet, and I'm gonna be real with you. I usually don't wear a bonnet out. And this isn't me trying to say that there's anything wrong with wearing a fucking bonnet. I'm not that girl. I'm really not that girl. Like, there's not one thing wrong with putting a bonnet on and going out and do your business. But I do know that, like, some of the looks I got from people were very awkward. And it made me sad because I feel like where I'm at, there's a lot, like, I just feel like I'm in, like, a upper poverty. I'm in upper poverty area. where people use terms like house poor, meaning that they have mortgage, not rent to pay, which in my honest opinion, like most people would rather pay mortgage than rent, but who am I to bring that up? But yeah, no, I just feel like there's a lot of pressure on people out here, especially Black women and women with the type 4 hair, to be like either done or like you're wearing a cute ass hat or some shit. Right. Not go bald. I mean, I have been thinking about doing my sides again, but I don't know, bitch. I got a bald spot now, so I don't know if I can even do my sides anymore, bitch. I feel like I gotta calm down now. See, here's the thing that's funny. Like you thinking that I'm a man. I wonder. I have a question for you. What about me is giving man? You know what I mean? Like what is like the thing that has you like? I'm not sure, because I really think like we're in a weird time where back in the back, a man just accepted that like I wasn't hyper feminine. He might have called me dudeish. Might have said I'm a little dudeish. Now, bitch, I be smoking. I can't smoke. Bitch, I got a rich timbre. How dare you? All defamation of character. All y'all going to court. Let's go. We just gonna slide there in my chair. Bitch, I just found my papers underneath my belly. Leave me alone. That's what I was looking for this whole time. Anyways, but yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm just like, hold on. I always find it fascinating when people think that I'm a man. I'm like, tell me more about my masculinity. Tell me more. I'm screaming. Well, for anyone that's wondering, I was born with a pussy, and that seemingly means something to y'all. That shit funny as hell to me though. Like people really with a good heart be like, I believe you have a penis. I'd be like, bro, like you're not gonna ask what my favorite color is at least. You're not even gonna ask my favorite color. That sucks. Exactly. See, at the end of the day though, that's what they want. They want to see her. I'm not even gonna say it. Cause I can already feel what they feel. I'm not even gonna say it. Their head gonna blow off. Sidebar, for anybody here that hates gay people or is homophobic, you about to really hate us. Also, watch Moonlight. Watch the movie Moonlight. It's great. Inori, I feel like they're being silly. I feel like I don't feel like they're being rude. I just feel like they're being silly gooses. And I don't take no... Bitch, I'm so sorry, but I had a delicious plate. You know, my mama, you know, she's still delusional, but we still had a cute combo today. You know, I didn't want to beat her up for the first time in a long time. You know, for those of y'all who have like really good family and shit, you won't get it. But for the first time in a long time, I actually didn't want to beat my mama up. So I'm actually in a great mood. So you're not gonna be able to shift the table on me, bitch. But I really do hope y'all have a blessed day as well. Okay, just so you know, I'm not a hater. I don't want to just be the only one with having a good day. I've never been that. But here's my thing. What kind of revolution we think we're gonna have if we're gonna try to punish people after we win our liberation? Like, let's just think about how we're talking. Because I've heard some people say some shit being like, oh, like, you know, you're gonna need us. It's a group project. And it's like, that's true. But we cannot shame people and like, you know, and look, Cam, I hear you saying you're joking, but let's think about where the humor is in our jokes. I'm not trying to be shitty. I'm genuinely just trying to say, like, there are people out there who have chosen seemingly wrong, and I'm trying to be nice, have chosen seemingly wrong, and unfortunately, like, that's the thing about it. Is like you can't shame people and scare people into shit. Because if you have to do that, we're not cultivating an environment for any of us to actually be in the room. Like truly in the room. If we gotta be a certain way, we got a certain standard of behaving, then yeah, the standards are definitely contingent on something, are they not? So with that being said, let's just hold that, some people are gonna be shitty as fuck to us. And they still don't deserve harm. I know some people don't want to hear that shit. I know some people don't want to hear that shit. I know. And I'm not talking about like on the macro. Like I know on the macro, motherfuckers really don't want to hear that. But on the micro, like on the lowest of keys, motherfuckers do not be deserving grief like ever. But I know that's a controversial take. I know everybody not with that. What's my thoughts on Uncle Trump? Who's uncle? Who's uncle? Is that your uncle, Mika? You want to talk about your family member? I don't know about that. I don't know about anybody being an uncle. Listen, harm reduction is hard as fuck because, again, bitch, just the other day I told a man some crazy shit. Just the other day I threatened a man. I apologize, but I still have to hold that, like, at some point I really did get out of character. And why? What was I trying to do? What did I really want to do? And I have to be candid. I wanted to control their behavior. That's why I was threatening them, because I wanted to impact them. I wanted them to do what I wanted them to do. So with that being said, I think two things can be true. And I think a lot of people may not want to hear this. And I know, you know what? It's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. Because I feel like it's just too soon. Like, you ever just realize it's too soon to say some shit? I love getting old. Like, I love getting old so much. Because you just be having moments where you're like, you know what? Let me shut up. Yup, I got a piece of candy to go suck on. I'm going to suck on my little piece of candy. Be quiet. I feel like, and please don't beat me up. I'm soft. I know you see all this meat. I know you see all this back. Just because I got a lot of back don't mean I could take a lot of hits. Okay, just know that. But Kamala wasn't the answer, and I think that people don't want to talk about that. Like, we can talk about Trump all day. We really good. We really good. We can talk about Trump all day, bitch. Well, we have books, libraries for Trump. But are we going to talk about Kamala? We're probably never going to talk about Kamala. That's fine. And again, I'm not saying, like, I'm not trying to be on some, like, Kamala's a bad person. Kamala's not qualified. Kamala didn't even run. I'm not one of those. No, what I'm trying to offer is that, like, identity politics and Kamala literally are what backfired. Like, it's literally, like, again, like, Kamala was invoking the one drop rule. Kamala was invoking blackness. Kamala is not a black person. It's okay. But that's the thing. Like, her not knowing that it's okay for her to be mixed and just holding space, like, who the fuck said that they like Trump? Again, this is what I'm saying. Like, there's no way to make, like, I'm saying there's two things that can be true at once. Trump was never qualified, and Kamala was not the candidate that was inspiring hope. But I think about how the last time somebody was inspiring hope, it was Barack Obama. And, it's just, I don't want to be a tarot zodiac bitch, but I really don't like Leo people sometimes. Like, I really don't like them because they're so good at performing. That's one little thing about Leos that I don't like. Y'all be so good at performing. Yuck. Trump is not a fascist. I feel like Trump is literally a rich ass man who doing whatever the fuck the motherfuckers that really want the country to go like this are telling him to do. I do not believe for one motherfucking minute this motherfucker that eats McDonald's for every motherfucking meal is saying anything to any fucking body that's an original thought. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. And not just that, but it's clear with the way Elon moving, this man, like, and that's another thing about about Trump, it's like, sweetie, we can tell by who you have around you. You're not that smart. You're not that bright. So it's just like, it's just fascinating to me that anybody thought he was giving anything. But again, when the options are black or white, black person or white person, but more specifically, someone is telling you is a black woman and you know it's not. Like, again, it's just the ways that this election was lost due to motherfucking reality trying to be bent on both motherfucking sides, and it's frustrating because again, when you talk about it, people will tell you that you're crazy. I'm not. I didn't even mean to go into this, but there was a conversation unfolding on Facebook where this biracial person was lamenting about how being black and biracial is no longer being held as a real identity. And a lot of people popped up to be like, no, girl, that person's crazy. Like, they were literally trying to play with the mental health of someone black who was talking about the one drop rule and mixed people being in black spaces. And I'm watching this shit unfold and I'm trying to push back on homegirl, but her energy, like, she's so fucking invested and being like, well, I'm not a quadroon. Well, if you put all mixed people in the same category, that's not fair. Sweetie, life's not fair. And if all mixed people got into the same category, there would still be a more marginalized mixed identity versus a least marginalized. We know that. We see Mariah Carey. Like, there are white passings, there are white biracials, like, or not even white biracials. I feel like even saying a white biracial, I feel like even using only like white passing, it's like at some point I feel like we got to get comfortable with saying people are mixed and then look at them and know, okay, you're mixed, but you still are white. like I've been trying to tell people this for the longest. Mixed is many looks. Blackness is not. And people keep on trying to play like black is every look, and it's really not. Just like white is many looks. Many people can be white. Many people can be white. Many people can be mixed. Mixed and white is is a varied identity. Blackness is not. And people just don't want to hear that shit. And it's frustrating. Because the people that really make it debatable is not the white passings. Like, that's where I'm at. It's not the white passings. Like, it's really not. They're annoying. They're annoying. But it's the folks like myself who are like, oh, I have one black parent and one parent who has part blackness, and here's a pie chart and here's a graph. And it's like, girl, why are we doing all that? You're a mixed person. Done. Wow. You know what? I just want to say that since somebody wanted to bring up Diddy, I will say that Diddy is very upset that him and Luigi, the person that shot the CEO, he's very upset that Luigi getting more coverage than him, which feels so Orwellian. It's like, sir, you are in fucking prison for sexual assault and you worried about the press? You worried about how people are caring more about this man than you? The delusion. Did he really tell him on himself? Aqua, I literally just got here and so did you. I literally have been on here for 18 minutes. And I talk about mixedness and the impacts of people not knowing that they're not black people because I didn't know. And I'm going to keep on talking. And you're never going to get me to stop. And I'm never going to take it the wrong way because it's an important conversation to have. And I want people to keep on communicating. So that's why I'm doing this, because I know there are other people that are going to communicate it. But again, if I wasn't a mixed person, if I wasn't a person who, like, again, I can't even talk like that because I'm a mixed person, because I know that when us mixed people open our mouth, we be saying some goofy ass shit a lot of times, because I've heard people say things about mixed people that I want other people to know is true. Like, I want other people to hear what's happening. But again, I would love it if you would share your identity though, Aqua, just so that I know who I'm talking to, because I want to be candid that like you asking that question is important, because when you tell me your identity, if you offer that, I'll be able to figure out, more information about you and why you would ask me that. Because there are going to be people who ask me that because they want me to be quiet. Just like there's going to be people that ask me that because they too have a story to tell and maybe they're not ready. But if your desire wasn't to silence me or wasn't to make me feel, some kind of way about sharing, I would love to know. Oh, and you're gonna keep noticing it. I'm gonna keep on being a mixed person who continues to talk about mixed race identity. You're a black woman, word. And I'm wondering, how did you find my content? Word. So don't you think that it's helpful for mixed people to talk about how we're not black people? You don't think that talking uplifting erasure is important? That's where I'm at now. Now I'm just kind of confused. I'm like, hold on. You don't see the value in someone mixed saying that they're a mixed person and not allowing themselves to be caught up in the one drop rule? Again, it may not matter to you, but I'm only asking these questions just so I can understand. Word. So that means that you've been here for a long time. That means that you've seen me think that I was a black person on the internet for years. So wouldn't it make sense that like for years I would be talking about how I'm not and like how to not be in that space, because there's probably many more people like me. Don't you agree? And I also, and this is just me, I'm not seeing enough light skinned people being candid about how we're colorist. I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing us look around. I'm not seeing us actually acknowledge it. And see, tell me, look at this, Aqua. This is why I talk. Right there. Because now I have no choice seemingly on my identity. Like that's what I'm trying to offer, is that like there are gonna be moments where like people will tell me I'm black. Like, shut up, you're black. And it's like, wait. And then let a black person tell me, that is not a black person. Let a black person say this. People will really act as if that black person's unwell. That's why I'm uplifting this as well. I feel like you came at the end of a convo that I started where I was talking about mental health, and I was talking about how at this point there are people saying that black people who don't believe in the one drop rule and erasure, that those people are the people that are well. Excuse me. There's a conversation happening where the people who believe that the one drop rule isn't that deep, the people who believe biracial people can be black, those folks are now saying that anyone who brings up that that this person's admixed or this person isn't black, like that person is the person who's unwell. Like there's actively a conversation going on where people are saying that black people are chronically online and are not in their mental faculty because they're noticing us mixed people in their spaces and are not liking it. So I just want to hold that, like, this conversation isn't just like me trying to sit here and just talk. No, it's me bringing up things that I'm seeing in my day to day. Aqua, there are mixed people here, babes. Like, I don't know if you realize this, but you're not the only person who's following me here. There are many people like myself who follow me, who thought, oh, that person looks like me. Oh, they have a white passing mom like me. There are a lot of people like myself who thought that they were black. There are people that tell me all the time, thank you for your content because I didn't have language. So again, I don't think that you're, I don't think anyone's dominating blackness. I'm not sure what you mean. And see, Rashida Jones being seen as black is a thing that I've heard as well. I've heard people like look at certain white people and be like, they could have a black grandmother. And I'm like, that's so fascinating that you can look in someone white's face and see traces of blackness. That is fascinating as fuck. Again, I'm bringing this up because I know that like when black folks bring this shit up, people will be like, they're unwell, they're sick. And I know that they're not. So that's why I'm gonna keep on talking. Oh, Aqua, I don't disagree with you. That's why I'm talking, because people have absolutely deferred to me to talk about blackness, people have thought that I was a black person. I thought that too. So that's what I'm saying. Again, and you know what, Noe, I appreciate you. Here's my thing. I never want to be arguing with anybody black about anything. Like, that's not my energy here. My energy here is to share candidly. And I think before I came here, I was thinking about how, this channel has been a lot of things. It's been a diary. It's been a community space. It's been a little comedy theater. It's been a little traumatic back alley. It's been a little, it's been a lot. So I don't expect anyone to actually know what's happening here. I don't know either. I've said before I want to create a more linear space, but as it stands, this place is a fucking horcrux. Honestly, like if you come here, you know you're gonna find me. Aqua, I'm not sure exactly what you're meaning, but if you come on someone's YouTube channel where they're talking candidly about experiences that are mattering to them, I think that it's important to hold that like you're in their home. I'm inviting you here. If you don't like what's happening here, that's okay, but it's on you to remove yourself from the space. It's not on you to tell the person who's facilitating that the space is not right when what you're offering is that I shouldn't be talking about certain aspects of Blackness. I don't disagree, but I don't think that's what's happening here. I think what's been happening this entire time is I've been telling a story that you came in the middle of. Start with your comments. Like you started commenting at me in the middle of a thought that was like bigger than what you're saying. Oh, okay, heard you. Because I was just like, hold on a second. But I'm still going off what you said earlier. Excuse me. But now I'm like understanding more why you said what you said. Excuse me, I need to get some water. But I'm not trying to like make it seem like Aqua's like coming at me. I feel like the way I'm responding to Aqua might give that. I think I'm trying to be curious, but I'm also like reading things out of context. So I want to say that that's also happening here. That like I was confused and my tone might have sounded like I'm being attacked or something. I don't feel like I'm being attacked. I want to put that out there. I feel like someone's being curious and I've been confused. And I'm also high as hell. Listen, I personally feel like, when I was talking about mixedness earlier, just to kind of give you the full thought that was happening, there was a person who's biracial and lighter skinned and was talking about how they were hurt by someone talking about the one drop rule and how biracial isn't Black, and just being very candid about how they're tired of erasure. And this person decided to make a post that got a lot of support. I actually put a tag to it, so just so that if anybody wants to read through that combo, I protected people's names because, again, I want to be super candid that, like, in the combo, she said that she was crying and she was triggered. And while there's a part of me that's like, that's gonna happen, there's also a part of me that's like, I don't ever want to be like using someone as an example and like also like putting them out there like to get ate the fuck up, because like it sounded like from what she was saying, she was being vulnerable. But also when us privileged people are vulnerable, like the ways people are like, ooh, I can finally be shitty here. Like, and it just felt like a lot of like mixed people were on the post being like, yeah, that person's fucking crazy. And they were like, yeah, that person's been on the internet too long. Like, that's what they decided to start doing. They started a fucking active hate campaign against this person and their mental health because they're talking about the one drop rule in a way that's very pointed. And these people are naming that they're crying, that they're triggered. And I punched in to be like, hey, I've been crying too. I'm still a mixed person. With all respect, with all due respect, we're still mixed. Even though we're hurt by information, let's feel our feelings, And Convo was kind of dead by the time I popped up. It actually started like the day after my birthday, so I didn't see it until January. And so when I popped in, the OP started going back and forth with me, but the OP's back and forth was very much like, it was very much giving like, I'm hearing you. And like, I'm not trying to be patronizing, but it was very much giving like, I don't want to get dragged for you pushing back on me. No one's pushed back on me. Like, the post went very well for her. So I feel like she couldn't really get into me like she may have wanted to. I could be making that up. But the energy was very much like, And at some point, she was just like, I don't think it's right to make all mixed people be one group. And it's like, why not? a lot of mixed people are in black spaces. No, nobody's taking that seriously right now. Like you're all saying people are fucking mentally unwell because they notice mixed people in black spaces. Why would it be a problem for all mixed people to be a part of one group? And the thing is, like, she's worried about the implied anti-blackness of mixed people being in community when there are layers to being mixed. And it's like, sweetie, that's our problem. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to laugh at her, but it's like she worried about the work we gotta do, the work that has to be done by us. Because we're not even the most marginalized mixed people. Like we both two light-skinned people talking about, and she over here worried about being labeled as mixed because she knows she's not privileged in mixedness in the ways that certain mixed people are. That's the only reason why she don't want to be mixed. And that is why I talk. Because there are some people that are going to be mixed, that are going to be trying their best to hide in black spaces. Because the privilege of being mixed is very much thrust upon you. Like people will have to notice you being mixed. It's very sick, but it's all about lookism. Listen, Aqua, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. I just want to offer that I'm never going to be the mixed elder that's telling you what you should and shouldn't be doing. If Ghanaian people that are around that biracial person and feel comfortable sharing with them and connecting with them, that's great. But it would be the same thing as if I went to Jamaica and was expecting all the Jamaican people there to fuck with me because my daddy's Jamaican. That's crazy. It's real crazy. And so again, with that being said, I don't know what it looks like to be in right community with people that I'm seemingly connected to by lineage. I don't know. And I don't know what that looks like. When I celebrate Jamaican culture, I'm eating the food, I'm listening to the music, but I'm not necessarily connecting any deeper than that. And that's my own American ignorance. But it's also the fact that me and my dad aren't cool. And I don't really care about learning more about his lineage, to be honest with you, which is unfortunate. But I feel like both sides of my family got a lot of shit going on. So I'm telling you, my Ancestry.com be having me dead as fuck. Because I'm just like, not I'm related to all these people. Like, I'm over here noticing I'm related to, like, the Henrietta Lacks folk in Virginia. I'm also, like, one of my brothers is part of, like, the Woodrow Wilson, Sally Hemings line. Like, I have a lot of crazy shit going on in my ancestry and people I'm connected to. But it's like, what does that mean to me? You know, that's where I'm at. I got the ancestry test just randomly. They were doing a fucking sale, bitch, during the pandemic. But when I noticed like all of the admixture, I was like, oh wow, like I'm I'm not what I thought I was, and I think that is what kind of had me on this path. I mean, I don't know that anybody's telling anybody biracial that they can't do certain things. I think it's more that like the conversation is like, stop saying you're black. And then if you're not, I'll say this for me. My own experience is this: when I started really analyzing my behavior and like my identity and stuff, there were things that I stopped doing. Like I stopped using the N word. I stopped saying. I stopped using a lot of AAVE. I stopped operating as if like I could be helpful whenever I saw anti-blackness unfolding. There are some times where I probably shouldn't be the one saying anything because bitch, this ain't my conversation to be having. And while I may be able to uplift certain things, not everybody's gonna be open to hearing what the fuck I have to offer, especially if they're not a fellow light skin person. But even with that being said, like I've tried to intervene on fellow light skinned people and they've been weird as fuck, and it's been very hostile. So I'm gonna be real with you. Like I don't think in every instance I can intervene, trying to protect myself out here. But with that being said, it is on you to be checking on the people you're in group with. And so I think getting back to what I was saying, there's a lot of things I stopped doing. And so now there's things that just don't make sense. Like there's this like black artist group that I want to be a part of so bad because I stay seeing the posts. But I'm not going to put myself in that space. If I happen to see some folks from the group out and about, I may stop and like see and, you know, throw some money on some art. Like there's ways for me to support that don't look like me trying to act like I should be here. And so again, I think it takes a little bit of self-reflection to ask yourself, like, where do you think you need to be and why? And, how much space could you be taking up being in that space? And again, that takes a little bit of emotional intelligence because not all of us want to actually think about like where we're actually welcome and where we just be at. If I'm being super candid with you, I feel like I'm trying to just like remember that like certain shit is not for me. And even if I may sound like, I'm trying to lean too much into I'm open to being corrected or being or people hearing me out, but or hearing other people out. But with that being said, there's just a lot of things that are not my word. Like there's some slang that's genuinely regional. And so like there were moments where like when I was living in New Orleans, I was definitely sounding like I was motherfucking from down there and shit. And it's not that I was trying to sound like I was from NOLA. It was genuinely because I appreciate the language and I was just trying to enjoy myself down there. But in retrospect, I have to hold that like a lot of that language was not mine. But I'll be candid. Like it's not hard for me to not say the N word because I did not grow up saying that word. I remember when I was younger, I said it in front of my mom, and she beat the shit out of me, and she was just not interested in me saying that word. And so when I finally was saying it, I was like away from my mom. I was like 13 years old, and so I was feeling like, oh, this is a word I get to say, like culturally, like this is something for me. Like I wasn't thinking deeper than that. I was thinking like it was okay for me to say it, and that's why I said it. I wasn't thinking past that. But I also think about how there was correction from my white passing parent being like, nah. So I have to hold that. It's not that my mom didn't want to like fucking tell me about anti-blackness. She really couldn't. But more importantly, she spent most of her life like just trying to be black, just trying to be in the room. And so as far as she was concerned, bitch, why are you mad? You're in the room. Like that's how my mom really feels. My mom really feels like anti-blackness. Girl, you have lips and hair that curls. Like my mom really just can't understand. Like she looks at me like I'm insane when I talk about anti-blackness because she really doesn't understand. Like what she really thinks is anti-blackness. I hate to say this because she's white passing, and this is gonna sound how it sounds, but this is not the only time I've heard this. My mom is one of those white passings who really feels like brown skin and darker skin women who were not featuring her, were not fucking with her, were not seeing her as a black person. Those are the people that really didn't fuck with her. Because my mom got triggered and told me about it. And I was just so confused because I sent her a video of this black woman talking about reading a reading list about like black Politico and just ways to be informed about white supremacy. And I sent it to her because I wanted her to realize, like, bitch, I have to like catch up. I have to catch up, mustard. Like, I was like, there's so much stuff I don't fucking understand, and there's so much stuff I have to get information on, and like, you couldn't help me. Like, it sucks, but like, you really can't do a lot for me. And her energy is very much like, that's triggering. Like she was triggered by seeing a brown skinned woman like talking about books, bitch. Like she literally couldn't handle a black woman talking about books to be helpful. So it's just like, well, what was I really about to get from her? You know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta really think about what that bitch had to offer. Because some of y'all be feeling like, damn, my mom, she didn't do this or that. Baby, could she have? Could she really have it? Like after cooking and making sure all of y'all had everything y'all needed. Like, could she have really done more? Like, I'd be really wondering sometimes, because I've seen a lot of people talking about Zendaya. I'm bringing it up. I've seen a lot of people talking about Zendaya. I'm not playing no music because YouTube be copyright striking, bitch. They be copyright striking. They be playing with me. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people bringing up Zendaya's engagement, talking about, oh, Zendaya got a ring before a baby. All I'm gonna say, well, I'm gonna say a lot. Let me not do that. But one thing I'm going to say for sure is, some people be so fucking worried about getting married to a man. So fucking worried about that, right? And then forget that a lot of women actually, yes, bitch, all my letters on the floor, shut up. But forget that there are so many women out earning men. And also forget very conveniently that not only are so many women out earning men, But so many women are out earning men and also are out earning emotional intelligence, out earning empathy, out earning so many ways. And so we are currently in a timeline where for a lot of women, it doesn't make sense to marry that man. And I really hope that Zendaya, I pray Zendaya, does a long engagement just to see what it's giving. I pray for my sister Zendaya. I do. Because one thing about it is I haven't seen her date a lot. And I get so worried for the young girls who jump right into a relationship and that's that. I get so worried for those girls because you know what? I remember seeing recently a video where these two very young people were dancing in a TikTok. And the caption said something like, we realize it's 137 days till our marriage. That's when we're going to lose our virginity to each other. And it just had me sitting with the reality that there are people that don't even know if they are physically compatible and they are getting married to people. They are tying themselves to people for literally the rest of their damn life, all under the desire to be married, to be seen as a union. That is terrifying. There is nothing more terrifying than that. I could not imagine my wedding day being my first sexual debut. Hell no. But I know we live in a purity culture right now where people talk about body counts and hoeing out and crashing out and, just thotting and bopping. And my God, like, how would we talk if we acknowledge that we're sexual creatures or not? How would we talk if we acknowledge that, like, their sexuality, that is sacred? And that's okay. Like, where would we be if we acknowledge, like, we're not going to all wait to, have a sexual experience? Wait for commitment to have sexual experience. And that's okay. Some of us are going to fuck and dip out. Some of us are going to fuck and have a taco night and become best friends. Like, there's really no way to know what's going to happen after you fuck somebody. But the idea that you're going to get married and fuck somebody and that's just that on that, terrifying. Or even the idea that you're going to marry your first partner. Sweetie, it's not the 1950s. And I mean that with so much love. Like, I know some people are fucking terrified of never finding love, but sweetie, how could that be possible? Don't you love yourself? What the fuck? And I know some motherfuckers don't want to hear that shit, but I'm telling you, bitch, hug yourself. I'm telling you, kiss on your hands. Like, just for real. I'm being so serious. As your elder, like, I know I'm not your grandma or nothing, but damn. Like, sometimes we be so touch-starved, be hoping that somebody touch on us right. Bitch, we good. Right now, we be available to ourselves and be acting like we're not. It's tragic. It really is. We're in a love drought, bitch. So bad. And I know some people don't want to talk about this because we want to act like, oh, young people getting married and just, that's great. No, it's not. It's tragic to me. I hate to see people under 25 get married. I hate to see it because it's like, sweetie, 25 is such a moment. 26, 27, such a moment. I know everybody's not supposed to be single, mingling, and living life, but I know for goddamn sure everybody ain't supposed to be playing house life. I know that. Fixed. Fired on my day off. Thank you. That's where I'm at. I'm like, bro, like, imagine trying to be connecting with somebody physically or romantically, and like, this is you figuring it out. I'm not saying there's not something interesting about that, but at this point in sexual career, I'm not gonna lie, at 35, and I feel like I've been sexually active since I was like 17. So I'm 18 years in the whole game. I learned a lot, but I can't in good faith say before 25 get married. And again, I'm a random bitch on the internet. You don't have to listen to me for life guidance. I'm just saying, like, based on everything that's come out so far, I just wouldn't do it. Again, if you're happy and you're in love and y'all been planning this marriage for a long time, y'all have fun. But it's just like, I can't imagine in your 20s anything. For sure. I can't imagine it. I just can't imagine it. But that's just me, bitch. That's just me. But I couldn't imagine it. I've been in a lot of relationships. I've dated a lot of people. I've dated people for years, dated people for months. It's been fun. But I don't know. Like, I feel like the person I'm with now, like, I definitely do want to marry them. But I also think about, like, what does that mean, And neither of us have never really seen, like, a good marriage. So I think that, like, that's my fear, is that, like, we're not really used to seeing what we might want to be. And so with that being said, like, for anybody who's young and wanting to get into a relationship, get into one with yourself. And I know that shit sounds like some fake positivity shit, but I promise you it's not. Do some mirror work. Talk to yourself in the mirror. I promise. I'm like, bitch, the way I be talking to myself in the mirror, bitch, I be having a good ass convo. Like, I swear. I know a lot of people want to be in a connection with somebody, anybody, collective, best friend, whatever. I get it. And I'm not gonna make it seem like that's not why my life is bearable. Like, I have friends outside of this shit, and I'm so fucking grateful. Like, low key, me and my homegirl about to go out tonight, and I'm so fucking grateful because, bitch, it's the way that poverty and just depression will have you in your house, and your house don't even seem fun no more. Like, it's the way your house can stop feeling comfortable because you be there all the time. And I feel like that's where I'm at. Like, I'm feeling like, damn, I gotta get outside so that I could come back here and know what it's supposed to feel like up in here. Mm. Mm. Exactly, like that, and that's why I'm pro masturbation, pro like self love. Like, masturbation is love with somebody, is sex with someone you love, friends. Like, there's just so much out here, and it just worries me because I have so many friends who are scared of being a hoe, scared of being a baby mama, married this man, and now they're a fucking baby mama. What was so scary about that? And the reality is, it's not about them being alone with the children as much as just other people looking down on them like they chose wrong. Excuse me. So that's also why I'm like, fuck getting married. Cause bitch, let you get married. Now you look stupid. Have a baby, now you look stupid. So fuck it. Don't do none of that. There's so many women out here that's like, nope, nah. And at this point, I just feel like it would be so silly. Like, I feel like there was a tiny moment in my in my life where I thought I might have wanted kids, but at this point, I'm so grateful I never did that shit. I'm so grateful I never put myself through that. So grateful I never put no kids through that. So fucking grateful. This earth, not the earth like itself, because she's cool, but like the governing body of white supremacy, it could never handle my fucking wild seeds and my gems. Like, I could never do that. And again, I know some of us know good and goddamn well, our mama was just fucking. Like, I know some of y'all know that by now. Her mom was fucking, bitch. Censoring her pleasure, sure was. And that's why you're here. And I think about that a lot, like how many times I fucked and like had a good ass sexual experience. None of it was worth children. Not one nut busted was ever worth having a baby. Mm-mm. Never was. Never was. No dick was ever so good that I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just give up my autonomy, bitch. Fuck no. But I also have to consider that nobody I was with, other than one partner, was actively interested in getting me pregnant, bitch. And the gag is, if I would have a child with him, bitch, mm, mm. I'm so fucking grateful I never put no baby through that shit. Oh my fucking god! Like, you ever just be so happy to be away from somebody that it's like you couldn't, like, you are like, there's no way, like, though, bitch, and I was so in them, but I could never put myself through that shit. And he got a baby now, bitch, and he's still a hoe. So, bitch, thank fuck. Imagine you got a whole baby with a bitch, and he is a hoe. Mm. I be understanding why bitches be like losing their shit. Cause it's like I almost died and you're playing. Again, I feel like that's why, I know I'm not the strongest soldier. I know I can't possibly be the strongest soldier because I've never been put through nothing like that. Again, like I think about how like we're talking about the male loneliness pandemic, but fuck these men. Cause a man could find a bitch to touch on him any day. Like, let's be fucking so for real. Like, I think about my 20s and just going on these dates with these men, bitch. And I didn't really think about it, but we're starving them now. And I feel it. Like, I don't know if y'all feel it, but I feel how starving they are. And it's kind of unsettling, bitch. It's like, I don't always feel very safe out here, bitch, to be real with you. Cause they're just, like, sweetie, I had a man. This is a true story. I was with my man. My man walked away for a second to go warm up the car. I went to go put on my jacket. I walked to the car. A man walked up to me, never looked in my eyes, and said, because I was talking to somebody, I was talking to someone outside, and I was giving them some information, and this man walks up. And he goes, the way he does, keep in mind, no eye contact. He's like, the way you just said that, I could tell you can remember things real good. And then he starts giving me his phone number. No eye contact. Just starts talking at me. And I'm staring at him because I'm like, you really think I'm about to just remember your phone number right now? On the side of the road, random strange man? The delusion is so terrifying. Like he really, and I looked at him and I was like, I'm not gonna remember your number. Like I was like, it's not. And I literally started going, Dane, where's Dane? I'm so sorry. I've never had someone just like guerrilla style give me their number. Like I like don't even ask if you want it. Like just throwing their number at you. And I was just like, that is so terrifying. Because I don't think that man realizes, like, that's not you hitting on me. That is a cry for help. I can tell, like, you need support, like, badly. And, like, you're trying to mask it in, like, desire. And I feel like that's another layer to this combo is, like, so focused on male loneliness. And it's like, there are femmes right now who only have babies to talk to for long months and years. They don't have more than their baby to talk to. And there are men that have the nerve. You could get a headset and go on Call of Duty and talk to motherfuckers all day. Be racist, be motherfucking transphobic all day. But they're lonely, girl. Never settle. Feel free to break silence if you feel comfortable, but there have been just some vibes that let me know like these men are hungry. And it's like, I'm gonna be so bugging for real, bitch. I'm fat, so they can't really snatch me up. But the rest of y'all, bitch, like I'm saying, like, I'm not saying get a gun, but definitely get a knife. No games. Like, I'm not playing with you. Like, I feel like after that man tried to kill me this summer, like, I've been just trying to be strategic with all my motherfucking weapons, bitch. Look into a smiley hoe. Look into a smiley, bitch. Especially if you're about to be outside walking for a period of time. Look into a smiley. For real. Because it's getting strange. And again, I'm laughing because I'm just like I'm disturbed. I'm like, how do you feel comfortable telling someone your number that's a stranger? You haven't even talked to me one day. I could be the op. You're not even protecting himself. I'm like, damn, son, like you really out here bad. Like that's not good. Like that is not good. And again, I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm doing much better. Goddamn, you know what I mean? Fuck, I want to say my number to somebody too. Somebody can remember my number and send some money on the Cash App or something. My God, but a number to like fuck or like be connecting with people like romantically, like just throwing out my number. Not doing any of that, but again, I just feel like the men are desperate. Like honestly, I'm on dating sites just like again, just to get free food, just to bother men. I know, I'm not shit. I'm the reason why. I'm the reason why. Let them blame me. I'm one of those mean ass bitches on the internet who be laughing at them, but yeah, no, like it's bad out here, bitch. Like I remember like there were a few men that were trying to get me to meet up with them and I was like, send me some money for Taco Bell and they all were like, nah. They're like, I'm only down to meet up. We must meet in real life. And I'm like, I can't even get Taco Bell before I meet you. And again, I'm not saying that all men are gonna send you Taco Bell before they meet you, but a lot will. A lot will. But in this climate, no, bitch. They were all like, no, you must come out of your home. You must meet me. And I'm like, why? Why must I meet you? What is it about you that I don't want to meet? Then this other dude, he was like, what do I get if I buy you Taco Bell? I was like, I'll talk to you on the phone. But I'm just like, I'm over like just meeting a man. I'm good. I'm like, bitch, pour into my life and I'll see if I got time for you. And a lot of them are just like, no, I'm not going to do that. And it's like, yeah, but the other option is like, what? Like, I go out to a coffee date, I go out to a random restaurant and don't have a good meal, don't have a good conversation. It's like, sweetie, I'm trying to save my time and my money. That's what I'm saying, baby Ethernet. But they want to fuck. Like this man gonna tell me he like a dominant woman. I'm like, bitch, I told you to get me Taco Bell 3 days ago, and you're really still messaging me like I want to talk to you. I already told you like I'm good. I told you like if you can't follow directions, I'm not interested. And this motherfucker was mad as hell. And here's my thing. Do I need the Taco Bell? No, bitch. There's a delicious Mexican eatery nearby my home that I go to, but that Baja Blast, bitch, it burned me so good. I don't know what it is. Something in there. It's drugs. Anyways, but yeah, no, I was just testing these hoes, seeing what was up, and they were all like, I'd really love to hang out with you, but I can't send you any money for Taco Bell. And I'm like, well, girl, I can't kick it with you then. I'm not gonna do that. And motherfucker was like, if we hung out, I'd buy you all the Taco Bell. I'd buy you all the Taco Bell you want. And I'm like, probably won't. Probably won't. Probably won't. It's okay though. It's weird. It's like there are men that want to get domed on there, but you gotta go to their house. I'm good. I'm not trying to get shot in the burbs. I'm straight. Like I just feel like it's very weird. Like it's very weird out here. It's very strange. I'm just tired. And I'm grateful that I have a bookie. I'm grateful I have a bookie. Don't get me wrong, but bitch, there is a part of me that wants to try polyamory, wants to see what it would be like. But there's also a part of me that's just messy, and I just like to like I'm grateful I have a partner that knows that about me. Like he knows, like I'm not on a dating site for real. I'm on a dating site just to swipe. Make a couple men cry, get some Taco Bell. I don't know. It's just been a minute since I robbed a man. You know what I mean? Of his time, emotional labor. Again, I don't expect any of y'all to understand. You're all good people, right? You never do anything bad. Listen, here's the thing that bothers me. Why the fuck do we not have the Choco Taco? Where is the Choco Taco? I'm getting upset. I'm about to shake the table because I'm distressed. Like there was just something so good about it. Like who knew we needed a taco that was made of ice cream? I didn't know. I'm tired of suffering. But yeah, no, the Baja Blast Light Ice, oh my god. Like I feel like between the Baja Blast Light Ice and the Orange High C Lava Burst Light Ice, like I don't know which one like fucks me up the most. But those bitches, like that's my kryptonite for real. Like I feel like those two drinks They just called to me, bitch. I could be literally doing my taxes. I could be literally watering a potato, and I'll just be just called. I'll hear it. I'll hear Baja Blast. It sounds like electricity, bitch, and it tastes like electricity too. And that orange lava burst, I don't know about you, but I feel like it has some echinacea in it or something. Like there's just something healing in that orange icy lava burst. I'm like, is the orange mandarin? Is the orange a clementine? Because there's just something cutie about that. Like there's just something about that sweet orange. And then bitch, the mandarin Harito, fuck my life. It's gotten weirder though. Like I feel like that's one thing too about being autistic and be like eating stuff for a long time. Like bitch, when the bacon, egg, and cheese at Dunkin' Donuts changed, I don't want to say that they fucked up my childhood, my inner childhood, but going to school and my mom getting me a bacon, egg, and cheese from Dunkin' Donuts, it's an ingrained memory in my hippocampus. It's etched forever. And so now that I can't ever go to Dunkin' Donuts and get a bacon, egg, and cheese, I'm suffering too much. Yeah. You tripped on a dude in Spain? He took you on a trip to Amsterdam? Oh. Listen, that's a fun time. Like, I live for, like, when a man knows, like, you just deserved a good time. Like, it doesn't matter who you have it with. That's a great man. I hope y'all are still in contact, because that's a happy ending. I love hearing shit like that, honestly. Like when I told my bookie, I was like, can I still be on dating apps and trick men and get them to buy me food and shit and rob them sometimes? And he was like, of course, boo. Do what makes sense. I was like, do you want to kick it with them? He's like, no. He's like, because I got to pick you up from when you robbed them. So I shouldn't have met them yet. It's going to fuck up the plot. I'm like, he's right. He's right. He can't meet the mark. Um, he's Italian from Germany. Okay, Italian. I love to hear that. That sounds fun as hell. But yeah, no, getting tricked on, getting treated good. I'm only here for that. I'm not here for anything else. But I don't know, yo. Like, I think being in a relationship is like, it's hard. I'm not even gonna fucking play with y'all. Like, I think I said before, like, I used to be worried about, like, what it meant that I wasn't in relationships when I was younger. Like, I remember growing up being like, damn, like, I never even had a boyfriend. And I remember, like, I had something with this boy who lived next door to my grandpa or to my uncle, and it turned out they're a trans woman. And so, in retrospect, like, when we had our little moment or whatever, like, I think about how, like, just like how my whole family was like being mean to him and like treating him like shit and was never very nice to him. And it was just like, yeah, or wasn't very nice to her. But when we were all younger, like I just remember like my family just being like, oh, you like them? And just being like, oh, like they're dumb. And I was like, what the fuck? And so like in retrospect, it's just like when I think about it, like even when I did find like connection romantically, there were like people in my family who were like, why are you happy? Like, let's actually stop this from happening. And so I think that like being in a relationship is hard because nobody in my family is in a healthy relationship. And ain't nobody out there rooting for people in relationships in my family. The only relationship people respect is the one where my grandmother was basically a wife appliance to my grandfather. And that is seemingly what we all have to look forward to as being a man's secretary. And so I just feel like anybody else in the family that's in a relationship, if it's not looking like subservience, if it's not looking like domination repackaged as traditional wifery, then people really don't give a fuck. And I'm just really grateful that I live in a time where like I know so many people in relationships that are so different from what other people would know as a relationship. Like I have a friend who like and this is all from the outside looking in, obviously. I don't know all the business, right? But they both have lovers, but they love each other still. And like they go out together sometimes, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes them and their friends go out and they meet people and they make out with people, they get numbers, like they have fun and they have a household together. They raise a cat, a cat son together, and they grow plants together and they're so in love and so happy, but at the same time, you know, they're also very young and have figured out how they want to live their life in a way that people 10 years older than them don't even know yet. And so I think about how like people in their like mid 20s are currently in this like let's do something different than our families vibe, and I love to see it. Like as the elder of the 20 somethings, I'm so fucking grateful to see like younger people just like doing what works for them, being in connections that work for them. But I also know that like there's so many of us who have been told like you need to find your person, you need to be in love, you need to be in a two parent household, you need to do these things to be a person, and it's like no, you actually don't need to do a lot. But we really don't live in a world that tells us like do less, do we? We don't live in a world that tells us like actually, like I was thinking earlier about how like even when we talk about hair, like I was thinking about how my hair is like a fine 4A, 4B. And I was thinking about how like even the term fine and how like fine is always used to mean smaller. When you say refine, you mean like usually take something away to make smaller or to make more clear. And again, just the ways that like language like tells us so much. Like I was just thinking about how like there are parts of my hair that has different texture and I'm like, oh, I call this part the lazy curl part. And then I was like, why would the curls be lazy? Like what work do they have to do? And so just sitting with the ways that even in my own head, the words I use to talk about myself do not be making no damn sense. But I feel like being able to shift in real time and be like, what do you mean by that? Or like, how can we say this more lovingly or gently? That's been a really amazing part of being alive in this time. Like gentle parenting is for your inner child, not just for children that you create outside your body. And I've been trying to use that to talk to myself and be nicer to myself. So I think that's genuinely why I appear more like at ease and like I have a wider window of tolerance, because I genuinely do think like when you're like having anxiety, you're talking shitty to yourself. How nice could you be to anyone? Like you don't even give yourself that. It's kind of like you go to somebody's house and they give you like a couple crumbs. Like to you it may seem rude, but baby, like think about what they have. Like, and I think about that when people give us like shitty ass energy. It's like, sweetie, like that might be all they got right now. That don't mean that that's forever. So, but sometimes you really just don't got it. You're not like a shitty ass person or a mean ass person forever. But maybe in that moment you just ain't have it. And so I'm trying to just be mindful that like if I don't got it, I probably shouldn't fucking be here. So I'm trying to be mindful about that too. Cause ain't nobody told me to turn the camera on. You feel me? So people that create content need to also hold that like nobody told you to turn this camera on. Talk to people with some fucking respect and act like you fucking know, cause not one person asked you to do this. Like you choosing this shit and not you gonna be a fucking asshole too. Like trust me. I'm definitely sitting with like the wildness of like having a camera, being able to like share yourself, and genuinely not having like the emotional intelligence to realize like how caustic you're being, or even just the ways that like when someone is like pushing back on you, like earlier when Aqua was talking, like I'm over here thinking that she's talking directly to me, or they're because I don't know their gender. My bad. Oh, no, you should be a black woman. My bad. But them like me thinking like, oh, like they're talking about what I'm talking about directly. And I appreciated Noe for chiming in, because at that point I was kind of like, dang, like, am I being annoying? But there's a part of me that was like, I really don't think I'm being annoying, but that wasn't even the conversation. So just the ways that like people can be confused And then next thing you know, like conversation goes left. And you're trying to understand how it went left. And again, the layers of like me acknowledging like that I don't feel attacked because I've seen conversations go left where people were like, in my opinion, they weren't appreciating what I was saying or they were wanting to share something else. And that's fine. But when those things happen and like people are not feeling safe to say like, oh, I actually don't fuck with this, or oh, this actually, I'm not feeling this. If like that's not possible, like what is this space? You know what I mean? Like what is it when like you can't say like, oh, I don't like this or I don't think this. And again, I think that some topics are really personal or I'm in the middle of saying something and so I'm not really thinking that this person's talking about something I just said. And so I'm just trying to be mindful, like when I'm interacting with people, that like I can slow the fuck down. I can say what's happening. I can say what's happening for me, rather. And hopefully that person can say what's happening for them because, again, it can be very one sided up here. Like, people can really think that, like, we're in danger because people are talking to us directly. And again, I know or I've heard that, like, or I see the ways that, like, white people will think that they're in danger because somebody is being candid with them. And I really wonder, like, are they projecting the danger onto that person? Or are they internalizing the conversation as dangerous? I genuinely don't be fucking knowing. But I try to hold that just like white people be feeling like attacked, I'm pretty sure us light skinned people can be operating in a way where, oh no, like I was just trying to be helpful or just moving like, oh, who knows? And I've definitely had moments where like I've definitely started like crying and like moving in this way where it's like nothing's happening to you. Like no one's doing anything to you. But it wasn't that someone was doing anything. It was more that I had limited access to someone saying directly, like, I don't appreciate this behavior, or getting pushback from someone who had more information than me on my behavior. And again, just even allowing yourself as a privileged person to hold that you don't know what the right thing is to do, because that's what white supremacy tells a lot of us privileged people, that like we'll figure it out, like we'll know. And we're not going to figure it out. We're not going to know. Like, there's just some stuff that we're not going to know. So, with that being said, like, I'm never trying to make it seem like this is a safe place. It probably isn't. It probably isn't. Considering only one person can employ other people to block people. So, with that also being said, I'm trying to be mindful about when people do push back on me, like, actually just like staying in that moment. I don't know that I did the best, but I think I did my best. You feel me? So I feel like I'm gonna hold space for that. But I do think that because like in this space I talk so much, I talk for a long period of time. I think that it could be hard to interject as well. So I think that's why I continue to say I'm trying to figure out how to create a space that's like more pre-recorded content so people can react to it versus like lives. But I don't know. I feel like the lives just give me such like a. It feels like I have like blank canvas when I come on live. Like it feels like I can really talk about any fucking thing and go as deep as I want into it, and like it doesn't matter. Like it's not like false advertising. You know what I mean? Because people make a video about stuff, and next thing you know, you're over here, and it's like, dang, But I think that's the beauty of the live. And again, this is just how I feel about it. I watch my own lives and I be getting shit from them. So I feel like at this point I have to hold that like the lives also help me like memory wise. Like I've definitely watched lives and like was watching them like really like was like I've made enough videos at this point excuse me, to where I have actively forgotten some of this shit and like watched videos where I was like, wow, really this happened? Wow. And there's parts of me that's like, did I block it out from trauma? Because I think that's also another reason why I'd be so long-winded, because like I never know when I'm gonna come back to a video and be like, bitch. And it's happened a couple times where like something that I said like 9 years ago was like something I really needed to hear. And it was like, dang, like that's so great that like the internet has provided like a second brain where I can store memories for myself. So that's why I was saying earlier, like I don't know what the fuck this channel is at this point. I feel like one day, God forbid, like I'm gonna have dementia and I'll just be on here watching videos of myself just laughing, which has already happened. Where I just again can't believe what's happened to me sometimes. Like sometimes I genuinely can't believe. What up, Meryl Streep? Like all of the crazy shit that's happened, like all of the things that I've told y'all, sometimes I'm just like, bitch, really? My fucking God. My fucking God. Like, bitch, I was rewatching the fucking... I was watching a video where I was talking about a man had tricked me into going to his hotel, and it was really the fucking, it was the fucking, what was it? It was the Travel Lodge, bitch. The Travel Lodge. And I'll never forget his face. I love you, bitch. I love you so much. Y'all are funny as hell. I'm still just like, I went to a hoarded Travel Lodge. Like, that was so crazy. But again, I was young, and I feel like, again, in my 20s, like, I'm over here trying so hard to find a boo-boo, trying so hard to be loved. And I promise y'all, like, if I could do it all over again, I would hang out with my friends so much more. That's the best advice I can give to anybody in their 20s. Hang out with your friends more than motherfucking hoes. For real. For real. Chill with your friends. Be with your community. Create things that y'all can share with each other. Do art together. I just saw somebody inside of the drawer in their fridge. They made a whole tiramisu, and I sent it to my rich friends, and they said, bitch, we about to make a dessert drawer too. And I'm like, not the dick stank. Oh my God. Again, the 20-year-old me is fucking hilarious. That bitch is fucking funny as hell. I miss her so much. She was really out here living like she would never die. She was really doing anything. She would just drink a leftover Baja Blast and just go. It was mostly old ice water. She didn't care. That bitch was on drugs so bad. I loved her. And she was smoking weed for real, bitch. I be smoking herbs and shit. I don't just be smoking weed now. That bitch was smoking for real straight weed. Yeah. Y'all just reminded me of the shitty dicky. Y'all just reminded me of the stanky dick. I'm so grateful. I'm no longer there. I am delivered. Not the complimentary meal, bitch. I'm fucking screaming. And they burned the cookie, bitch. I'm still mad to this day. I swear. Honestly, I feel like I don't want to say I stalk all my exes, but I feel like the one ex I really don't check for is Sydney, only because like I don't want to bother her. Like I'm like I feel like I think I told y'all recently. Well, maybe I didn't, but our breakup was basically her saying she wanted to talk to me after I just got this job. Like that I wasn't even expecting to get a job. Like I had just been fired like 2 days before, maybe 3 days before, got this job, and right after the job interview, she was like, "Can we talk?" And I was like, "I feel like you want to break up with me." me. And she just started crying. And I was like, dang, that sucks. And so that's how we broke up. That ass, like that's how we broke up. We didn't even have the conversation. It wasn't no need, bitch. I was like, girl, you want to talk to me? I just feel like that's the thing. Like when you're with somebody, when you're dating somebody, like that's the thing about dating somebody. Like they never have to ask to talk to you, bitch. Like it's like once somebody no longer want to be with you, they be like, excuse me, understand. Like they literally become a fucking a fucking state senator. They're like, excuse me, I would like to talk to you this morning about climate change. Like it's just like, sure, like sure thing. But yeah, no, all I know is that I'm pretty sure she adopted a kid and I'm pretty sure she's married. And again, this is not me trying to bring her up just to be shady. I'm just saying, like, I feel like I don't talk about that relationship, because again, I feel like it was a great relationship for the most part. But I feel like when we moved to Colorado, I just feel like it was harder than we thought it would be. Like New Orleans, Colorado is crazy as fuck. Like in retrospect, I didn't know anything about like wage gaps and like cost of living. I had no idea. I was like, oh, we could just move to Denver. That'll be fine. And we moved out there and it was like, oh, we're broke. And luckily, like I knew some people from the internet for like years out there, and like that's the only reason why I survived that is because I knew motherfuckers for years out there. But if I didn't know motherfuckers for years out there, I couldn't call it. But I'm grateful that that relationship ended when it did, because I think that we never got into that weird place where it was like, like I feel like I've been in some breakups or something, we not together no more. And now shit going left. Now we, just doing weird shit. Just doing weird shit. Like I remember one time I had a beef with one of my exes and on some retaliation, and I don't feel good about this, but I played Stankonia all day, like loud as fuck. And I'm gonna just be real with you. Bombs over Baghdad multiple times a day, that's brain damage. Yeah. And here's the thing. I had earplugs in and I was still jamming out because I could still hear it. But it was just like, bitch, no, like I'm not at peace. Why would you have peace? I have no peace. Why would you have peace? So that was my energy. I was like, I'm going to harass you with noise. I feel like that's like some torture type shit, bitch. Like I was like, nah, fuck it. Oh my God, yeah, when the hair store was closed and there was an Asian man inside the hair store, he was laughing at me. I wanted to beat his ass. Because it's like, girl, this is the kind of energy you don't want to let pass you up. Now I'm going to another beauty supply, dummy. I'm crying. Not both New Orleans eras, bitch. Not both. Here's the thing that's funny. I lived in New Orleans multiple times. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't remember the timeline of everything, but I want to say the first time I went down there, and I had found a room with these white bitches and it was cool. But then I had got robbed at gunpoint fucking around. And like that was the McNally time, the girl that had fucked my man in a swamp type shit. Yeah, that was that era. And I want to say I had moved down there. And when I moved down there, somebody from Tumblr was like, oh, I know this girl named McNally. Y'all will be cool. Y'all will be friends. And I was like, that's very kind. And so I was grateful for the hookup. Like I'm over here on Tumblr, like I'm going to New Orleans, you guys. Like I'm really hoping for the best for myself, of course. And so somebody popping up talking about there's a girlie down there that's cool. Sweetie, it was a biracial girlie. Her white father was like a narcotics director and shit. Like he literally, which was funny because this bitch did all the drugs. So it's like, sweetie, you're silly. And she was keeping it from him. I don't know how he didn't know she was out here wilding, but it is what it is. But she literally was so fun when I first met her, because I'm not going to play with y'all. Like she was fun as hell. Not when if I could eat off his abs. I'm crying. Bitch, I'm screaming. I'm screaming at you screaming it. I'm screaming at you screaming it, bitch. You're like, I will be heard. Like, I remember. I'm screaming. I remember that vaguely, but I know it happened. I don't remember when. I want to say I was in like Florida. Cause I did some whole shit in Florida. Like somebody had flew me out to Florida to do some whole shit, and it was cool. But like, I feel like after the first day, like he was weird, and I was like, I'ma just do my own thing. And then like even after, like that's what's even crazier. Like he like was like this. He was the kind of sex work client. They don't tell you about these, but he's the kind of sex work client where like he liked to like fuck with your self esteem. Like he liked to give me money and do all types of shit. But then like when we met up, like he was trying to fuck with me. So I was like, girl, give me a hotel. Cause the whole vibe was like, oh, be a queen of my house. I'm gonna fly you out to Florida. We gonna do some shit. Do, 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 do. And it was never on no fucking shit. Like whenever I do sex work, I be on some like, you are a crumb, you are a bug. I'll stomp on you, bitch. I'm Hagrid's sister. Like that's really the energy. Like on some sex work shit. Like I just want all y'all fat bitches to know there is money out here. Like motherfuckers be paying bitches to stomp on them, lay on them, slap the shit out of them. It's crazy. So this man had flew me out, and my whole vibe was like, yeah, I'm trying to do, whatever. But his house was boring, and then also he was just awkward. So I was like, get me a hotel. So he got me a hotel, and then we didn't talk for like 3 years. His ass is Scorpio. Why the fuck he popped up on me recently, sent me some money? I'm just like, girl, are you okay? Like he just one of those men that really like to reject a bitch. And I should have known from the Scorpio stellium, bitch. If motherfuckers got mad plans in Scorpio, bitch, I hate to say this, but they will play with you. And I'm not trying to play with anybody out here. I'm not telling you that your boo don't love you. I'm just saying, like, they might dip on you a couple times. Death card in the chart, bitch. Death card in the chart. Bitch. She had peed on her own coat, which was crazy as fuck. It was insane. I'll never forget that. Shout out to JCPenney. The hostel. I met him at the hostel. Probably so. Cool beans. Tell the truth. Do you not break up with your boo a couple times? Just so they know it can end. It can all go away. Like, let's be real. You never dipped a couple times. You really like you do a final, you do a dip and go for real. You've never dipped and came back? Whoa. Not bourbons. Wow. Okay. I need to know the other placements though. Cause you said Sun, Moon, and Mercury. It might depend on where the shit's at for the stellium. It might depend. Aries rising. Okay, well, you a warrior. You got the warrior in your chart, so and then also that's a little boost, the extra boost of Pluto right there, to be honest. So let's be so fucking for real. Like you like a quadruple Scorpio with a Scorpio defender. So I mean yo, sidebar, this is unrelated to everything, but shout out to fucking Aldi, bitch. It's the man I ate these shits in 2 days. Like, fruit roll-ups are so fucking good, but like Aldi, bitch, this $4 box, 36. You will see me again, bitch. And honestly, I don't know if they're gonna be able to rob me. I don't know if they're gonna be able to catch me. Cause here's the thing, bitch. I feel like stealing from Aldi just don't seem realistic. They're on you. They're on you too hard. I feel like I literally dropped something, went to go get it, and the girlie had already got it. Like, I just feel like they're not playing out all these. You haven't had a fruit roll up or a gusher in ages. Why are you doing that to yourself? That's not really nice. I really hope you treat my friend good. You deserve the finer things. Not Kenya, let's give you all. I'm fucking crying. Here's my thing. I personally feel like you should steal from all grocery stores. That's how I genuinely feel. I don't believe that stealing from the grocery store is the worst thing you could do personally, especially the cherries. I feel I'm pro eating the cherries while you're in the store. Make that poundage go a little lower. I'm pro that. I'm pro eating the grapes while I'm in the store. Very pro that. Bitch, I almost ate the plastic today too. That's so funny. I was fucking like, Saved your own life. Because your ass wouldn't have slowed the fuck down. You'd be halfway to eating it, bitch. You fucking die. But I'm glad. Look at you, saved your own life too, bitch. I just feel like Aldi is very white, and it's also again like it's very much like white owned and operated type vibes. I feel like there's the other grocery store. I'm not gonna say no names, bitch, because I do have ops, but I'm just going to say that this other grocery store I be going to, they hire too many people of color and too many trans people for me to be scared to steal. Cause it's the way this trans woman be looking the other way, bitch. I know she be seeing me just steal that shit at the self checkout. I know she don't give one fuck. And every time I see her, I'm like, girl, you looking so beautiful. Hope you're having a blessed day. Sure do. I always speak to my sis. I always say hello to my sis because she's always at that self-checkout like, swear, bitch. Like, she always, like, she the way she be playing, that shit be having me screaming. I think it is. Here's my thing. You could steal from Walmart and that's fine, but I feel like I'm no longer going to go into Walmart. Like, I feel like I've decided I'm going to just, between Dollar General, Dollar Tree, between the dollars, between Dollar Store, Dollar Tree, Dollar General, I'm going to go to the dollars. Sure am. That's my plan. I'm also like, this is gonna sound crazy, but I've decided I'm gonna design a clothing line for myself because I feel like I know y'all have seen me for like the past like 2 years wearing the same clothes. Bitch, this is all I can afford. I literally can't afford to buy any clothes right now, and I feel like that is a very funny thing in retrospect because I feel like my channel started with me buying so many clothes. But one of my friends did offer to send me a care package of clothes. Actually, 2 of them did. I'm hella fucking grateful. But if I'm being super candid, like, I really want to make my own clothes, bad as hell. Like, I just feel like, and it's going to sound how I sound, but I'm just tired of us, like, having to fuck with fast fashion. I'm tired. Like, I want to just dress like an angel. Like, I just want to dress like a fairy. I just want to dress like a fat period piece bitch, you know? Like, I want to have things that, like, last for a while. I want to have stuff that's, like, convertible. Like, I want a pair of pants that can turn into a pair of shorts type shit. You know what I mean? I'm on that type of time. And then also, like, the pants that homegirl made in the color purple. I really want to figure that out. I want to find that pattern. Thank you. I'm crying. Shout out to Walmart. I live. Oh, Amara, thank you so much. I have not seen Rob in so long. Like, I heard he's sick, but I'm just trying to stay away from the family because, you know, they got all that bad press, bitch. I'm not trying to be seen with none of them, bitch. Not even Chloe, girl. Me and Chloe used to go way back. And she know Rob Sr. not her real father. She know, but they got the rights to her being able to talk about that, so she can't talk about that just yet. But they said in like 2050 when Chris died, because they already planned it, they said they're going to just do something like that. I just, you know what? I just go there and hang out with True every now and then. And then the little boy, I don't know his name, bitch, because I'll never see him, child. Like, he just be gone, bitch. But I'd be like, hey, True, hope we're doing well. Even though I've been cussed out by North at least 16 times, and that's fine. I appreciate that. Listen, I just be out here being silly as hell. I just be out here just having a good time. And I'm grateful that anybody appreciated any of my content. I have decided, though, that I want to become a cozy gamer. I feel like I have the storytelling abilities to make Sims fun. And so that's really what I'm working on. I feel like by this time next year, I'm hoping to be in a better home space. I'm hoping to be in a cozier home, period. I'm hoping to have built my first computer. And I'm hoping to, you know, just slide into that. Because, again, I enjoy telling stories, clearly. And I also feel like my Sims be having some crazy stories, bitch. I feel like my Sims don't even need me. They just be living. Tokyo Tony versus Kaya. Wow. Honestly, I want to put Tokyo Tony in my Sims game. Like, I just feel like I want to like create Sims that look real as fuck. Like, I feel like that's really my energy too. Is like I want to shout out all the Sim creators. Like, this is them. The skin for Sims, bitch, especially if you're looking for deep dark skin, because in the game, the deep dark skin has no light on it, so it looks very flat. And meanwhile, white skin got all these damn layers on it. So, like, as someone who's knowing for sure that I want to have deep dark skin folks in my game as my main characters, I need to make sure that that's all right. So, also Ebonix, Ebonix, they just did a collab with Dark and Lovely, bitch, the hair dye company. So if you use Dark and Lovely hair, or Dark and Lovely hair dye, you can make sure your sim match. And they have black hairstyles that are current. They're not just putting in the base, you know, an afro, a cornrow, a two-strand twist. Like, they're doing intricate black hairstyles. So I just want to put that out there. Ebonix, that collaboration was huge, but it's like I just feel like Sims World is so white, like it's so quiet. But I'm definitely trying to like find more folks to watch and get into it before I like put myself out there, because I definitely want to just see, you know, who's creating what, who's doing what, and I also want to see, you know, what storylines people are enjoying, because I have some celebrity storyline ideas, but I also have storyline ideas that are silly as fuck, like the idea of like an elderly home realizing that, you know, they like, first of all, like my idea is like these elders in California or anywhere, bitch, but they realized, you know, they didn't have no more money to pay for their care. They owned the property. They didn't need to make any more payments on it, but other than taxes. But they need to eat. They need other things, and so they start hoeing. You know, I want to create storylines about hoes, whores, trollops, if you will, trans people, queer people, all types of super fat people. Like, I want to create gameplays where, you know, maybe at some point I could actually get into my director bag, because I've been really thinking about creating films, because I have so many ideas. I've been just watching so many good movies recently. Like, bitch, I have so many movie recommendations for y'all. I'm so excited. Like, first of all, there's this movie that I feel like a lot of y'all already know about, but I just want to be candid that this movie, it didn't get as much love. I know, because there are a lot of people very worried about watching black cis men being talked about as queer, as coming of age, as queer, you know, young men. But Moonlight, Black Boys Love Blue and Moonlight, the movie, oh my god. The Take YouTube channel did a breakdown on that movie recently, and it just really had me realizing there's so much I missed when I watched it. And so I'm going to want to do another watch. I'm hoping to get my Discord set up by February. I feel like I definitely just want to like make sure that I'm creating something in February that is showcasing things that I really love, I really appreciate, that are again about black folks that are not existing in ways that everyone is accepting or even like talking about or even celebrating, because again, like there are so many black folks who are queer, who are trans, whose stories are unfortunately like uplifted for a moment and then they get buried away. And I think about how like the movie Get Out and the movie Moonlight, they're very clearly not the same story, but people can stomach watching white people body snatch, like, and feel like it's more compelling of a story than the actual lived experience of so many black cis men who, again, could be in the closet, could be afraid of their own queerness. I just feel like Moonlight feels to me like required watching, but because of anti-blackness and because of homophobia, this will be buried. And I know there were so many people being like, watch Moonlight, watch Moonlight. And again, I remember people saying it and I didn't understand why. And even when I watched it the first time, like I didn't really see the ways the shots were set up or the ways that like any of it was like created for us to be like pulled in as the audience. Like the way the camera was set up was actually supposed to bring us closer. And the ways that some people felt like they couldn't watch it, the way some people felt almost repelled by it. There's also another movie, and this movie is not related, but slightly. It's called Soft and Sweet. And I want to preface this with this movie being like extremely fucked up. In that it's a movie that's so fucked up that it, unless you're a person of color, I don't know. Then again, I really would love for a white person to watch this and tell me their thoughts. Only because it's one of those movies where every shot means more at the end, if that makes sense. Like they show you something, but it all doesn't make sense until the end of that shot. And so you go into every shot kind of unassuming, but by the end of each shot, you're kind of understanding more and more that you're watching something violent. But you don't see it that way at first because again, you're noticing things like it's almost like it's almost like a white person trying to put you in their body through something that's happening to them. But they're perpetuating it as well. But it's basically a movie about these white women who are fucking racist as fuck. But the way that white women get to be shown in their fullness, it's a kind of movie where like you literally, unless you're not white, you would not see the danger. And even when it's being pushed into your face, you might only notice it in that moment. But I feel that the whole movie is violent, but you're only supposed to notice if you're under the threat of violence. Like I'm sure there's white people who watch this and think the movie is unsettling. But like, I don't know. I'm not trying to be dramatic. Were they teachers? Yes. Yes, the movie is really like it's like being a passenger in a car where everything's on fire, but the polite thing to do would be to wait till they pull over so you can get out. Like that's what the whole movie feels like. Like you're sitting next to people that are actively on fire and you're aware that there's danger next to you. Like you're so aware. But the ways that like these white people are operating as if the state of life is to be on fire. And so any kind of desire to be polite or kind to these people would be a waste of your time. But yet, like they're using that to be violent. It's just showing like the ways that white people know how to be violent in every sense, and that like it's on the rest of us to learn how violent they are. The pie scene, and that pie looked nasty as fuck. I feel like that's the other thing that blew me too. As a fat bitch, when I seen the swastika pie, I was like, girl, like you're racist, but you're also a terrible baker, Helen. My God, like both? You're terrible at everything? I hate to see that. Like, good God. That pie was looking so nasty. But yeah, no, that one kind of had me fucked up. Then there's another one. I want to say it's called like Bellico. But it's one of those stories where people are being asked to treat people poorly for their own gain and don't realize that like it's a zero-sum game where it's like the entire movie people are being told like this or that, do this or that's going to happen. And then at some point they realize there's no escape. Like once you accept shitty standards, they only get shittier. You can't accept shitty standards. But being put in impossible situations and the shitty standards are seemingly the least evil thing you could do. So again, like it's these movies are uncomfortable. I actually found them in a thread called like disturbing movies, but I feel like movies that are disturbing can sometimes be really cathartic. Like the movie about Soft and Sweet with the white people. I just feel like that movie really like illustrates the kind of white people I've been around. The ones that like say all the right things, but like they're still racist. Like they're still operating out of fucking like scarcity and colonizer behavior. Mm. Skin I live in, thank you. But see, that's the thing too. It's like when you're born from white people, like they're automatically teaching you stuff. Like I think about the inheritance. I feel like that's another thing too. Yeah, I want to say this white woman who inherited a bunch of money from some like really racist, fucked up shit created a movie called Inheritance, but I can't remember like what she inherited money from exactly. But just the ways that again, like there's really cool art being created, and I'm trying to think about like what story I want to tell, you know? And honestly, I have a lot of silly stories, but there's just so many things happening that I've been just trying to think of like, do I create something like really thought provoking? Do I try to create something like really emotional? And then I saw this video by this content creator. I'm actually gonna try to find it in real time because there's a couple things I want to share with you. Honestly, I don't want to leave you without some of these things. But this content creator made a video about black joy that actually fucked me up a little bit because he was talking about how like there seemingly is no middle between like black joy and like black fear or black trauma porn, and how like we're getting content that seemingly oscillates between both. And so that kind of made me really think about like, you know, do I prioritize something that's going to make people happy or feel happiness and this idea of joy, or do I prioritize, you know, something heavier? And like again, it's really up to you how you're going to create and how you're going to, you know, share your voice. But I am really considering like who I want to be as an artist. Like, do I want to be you know, on some Nina Simone shit where like my work and the political cannot be divorced. You feel me? Like, who do I want to be in that space? And I don't know, bitch. Honestly, I have $10 internet, and I feel like it shows. I feel like they're about to make me upgrade because it's the way that they're like, you can't use your Roku TV and stream. Fuck you. I hate them. I want to beat their ass. No. You love movies that are shot like that. One of the greatest movies you've ever seen. Oh, true, true. Okay, thank you for all the uplifts. Black trauma porn has been in for a very long time. Anytime black people are being harmed, Oscar. And see, that's the thing too. It's like I don't want to create anything that like replicates anybody being harmed. I don't feel like that's a desire. But then there's also a part of me that's like, you know, there's harm could be so many things. Like we can be harmed so many different ways. And so I think about how like I'm watching a lot of movies where, you know, like recently I've been watching a lot of movies about victims of like incredible violence. Because there's a part of me that wonders like how do you share these stories of people going through pain and actually like go out of your way to like curate them or shoot them in a way that's actually compelling. Like how do you read the script and like be in it? Like that movie about the Lycans, or yeah, I think it's the Lycan sisters. It's basically Ellen Page was in a movie that was adapted. I'm blanking on the name of it, but basically the story is about this girl whose parents were carnival folk, and they were basically leaving their kids with this woman that they barely knew for like $20 a month or $20 a week. And whenever the money was late, like the woman would like beat on the children and harm the children. And like at some point it became one of the children was the one that was being harmed the most. And then from there it became like just everyday hazing and dogpiling and just gang style attacks. And this is like a little girl, like a young girl. And eventually she did pass away. And I'm saying this to say that like there are movies that are about people who've gone through stuff like this, and it's like I want to fight. So that's why there's another layer to this. It's like it's like that's not even my story, and I want to be people's ass for making this art. You know, like there's just some stuff that I don't want to see stylized. Especially like it's weird. It's like why create content when like these people are still missing, going without justice. Like I don't understand how you could create content where like people are being harmed like so specifically and all the proceeds aren't going to like the family, the descendant. It just feels unethical as fuck. Right. No, you're right. You're right. Like I want to see stories from like the 1920s. I want to see stories from when, black hoodoo practitioners were, using conjure and like creating wealth. Like I want to talk about like, the Bessie Smiths. Like the girlies that are, again, they'll get a big movie. They'll get one big movie, but nobody's life is one movie, especially a black woman in that time period. And I just think about all the ways, all the different lives like a lot of these black creatives had and have, and just how we get a piece of it. I do think the Ray Charles movie was shot really beautifully. Like the scenes where like he was like reaching in the bathtub, that shit was wild. Like there's just some scenes that just stick with you because the way they were shot so well, but just also what they meant. Mm, okay. What up, Marie? I hope you're doing well. No, you're right. You're right. I appreciate y'all for uplifting this story. Uplifting this conversation because, again, like the desire to create anything, it's definitely been inspired by some of the content I've been watching recently, and I'm so annoyed at my computer for playing or my fucking TV for playing with me because it's the way. I'm gonna see if I can maybe turn off the TV and restart it and just see. Maybe it's being a hater. She be like that sometimes. It's called the Bad Girls Club. Um, hey, yes. We're definitely trying to get more into our natural. I feel like this season, like I remember somebody telling me that it's wig season, and I was like, bitch, I almost folded. I almost got a wig today. I'm really trying to stop. I'm really trying to stop. Again, like I'm not trying to talk shit about people that wear wigs. It's never about y'all, I promise. It's about me and my own internalized motherfucking hair hate. Cause bitch, it's the way that like to get my hair to look like this, I had to do so much. And did I have to? No, but in the middle of everything, I'm just like, your hair is like natural. You're still so fucking caught up in like how it's being perceived. And I'm really trying to remember like my hair is fine. Like it's okay. If it's leaning, if one side is flat, that's fine. But like just like knowing that internally is not a thing. Cause like I'll be really hand curling. I'll be really in the mirror trying to define curls. And it's like, I know that I'm not alone, but I know that this conversation can be really like hard to have. Cause I know that some people will perceive it as like me hating on my hair. And it's not that. It's more that like I want to honor the reality that like, taking care of our hair when you have type 4 hair, because I don't want to play with nobody. I don't want to play with nobody. When you have type 4 hair, it's not that it's hard to deal with. It's that there are a lot of times and ways when you're growing up that your hair is kind of like hidden from you. And I think about the ways that, I learned how to braid my hair to braid it down to hide it under a wig. I didn't know how to braid my hair. Wasn't born with that knowledge, but I learned how to do it so that I can put different hair on my head. And I'm not again trying to say that wigs can be convenient. They absolutely can. But I have to really be candid with myself that I wasn't wearing a wig for convenience. I was wearing it because I wanted to assimilate. I wanted people to treat me better. I noticed that when people saw me in a wig, they were nicer to me, and I wanted to keep being treated nice. And I'm saying this because I know that for me, at this point, if somebody treats me mean because I have natural hair, I know that they're a fucking racist piece of shit. Before, I thought something was wrong with me. So I want to be super candid that like getting to a place where like we can be candid about like why we're doing certain things. It takes us realizing that it was never on us to hold that shame. Like there's nothing wrong with my hair. How free can that feel when you actually believe that shit? But also that how people are talking about your hair or how people have talked about your hair is why you might not feel safe with it being seen by everyone. You know what? I love that Bad Girls Club is running, but I hate that the girlies don't get residuals. I feel like that's crazy in retrospect. Like, Bad Girls Club is a timeless show. Like, I low-key could watch the entire thing from the beginning. Maybe not season 1. I don't really see season 1. Season 2, I started season 2. Okay? Tanisha didn't get any sleep because of them. They're not going to get any sleep because of her. That's what I remember. I don't remember Ripsy. I remember seeing a clip of Ripsy on The Soup. And I thought it was really funny because, like, when they started off with Bad Girls Club, I noticed they had, like, one biracial. But then when they came back, they had, like, 2 black women that were very different on the show, which I think was low-key, like, part of, like, what they... You know what I mean? Like, you know how they be trying to start beefs before people even get there? Oh, you know what? That's what I'm saying. Like, Leslie was cute. We're still here for Leslie. Right. And you know what? We love Meryl Streep. That's the thing too. You're super sweet. I appreciate you. Again, I feel like the ways that like people can tell you that you're beautiful, but if you don't believe it, it's kind of like someone just said, clean up on aisle 3. Like, what does that mean? Again, I'm not trying to do too much. I'm just trying to offer that like when you look like how I look, and I'm not trying to do too much. What I'm trying to offer is like me being a lighter skinned person, me being mixed, and then me putting on a wig. Like those were seemingly the ingredients to being treated better. And I never worked backwards and realized, like in all of my understanding of anti-blackness, seemingly was like understanding that like, oh, like this is a lie. Like this is not true. And that like I wasn't really being treated better. I was being treated better for a period of time, because I feel like one thing I talked about in a video that like really had me sitting there like, damn, I was really talking. I was really telling y'all everything. But I was talking about like how at some point, like in the middle of me like wearing wigs and like getting all this care, I had to take the wig off at some point, right? And so that was really when I started to like realize like I'm not good. Like that, like there's something going on because like me having to reveal my real self or how I really look being something that was scaring me, being something that was making me feel like, damn, like what if I take off this wig and this person actually doesn't like me? Like I really was holding that shame that was not for me to hold. And so with that being said, it's the ways that like you'll be, as I said, you'll be, encouraged to do all these things to protect your natural hair. But I'm thinking about the ways that like nobody, not one time ever said anything to me about traction alopecia. And I think about the ways that like I see a lot of the girlies making all these wigs, but people don't want to talk about how you could not lose your edges. You could lose part of your actual motherfucking hairline. I'm not doing this to be dramatic. I'm doing this so the girls know I didn't just stop wearing wigs because, oh, I hate wigs. I'm realizing as I age that like there were things that the wigs were doing to me that I didn't care about. I didn't care. I knew that this was happening. I didn't care. I didn't give a fuck because I knew that I'd be treated better. I didn't care. And so I want to be candid that like you'll be doing some shit that's weird to you. You'll be doing self-harm. And again, I know people don't want to talk about this, but I'm trying to show y'all this shit so y'all know I'm not trying to play with you. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. I'm trying to talk about how I felt bad, how I didn't. And again, being raised by a white woman, she's mixed, but she's showing up in the world white. She can't help me with my hair, and she didn't want to learn. So with that being said, I recently saw a video where this white woman was talking about how her kids were biracial and came out with good hair. And somebody said, if you're not open to your child having 4C hair, maybe don't have children with black people. And it really had me sitting with the reality that there's so much shame that everybody else wants black folk to sit with that there's just moments where it's so clear, like it could never be anybody black's problem. Like this is clearly like an internal issue with us non-black people. And so I'm just trying to hold that I didn't just one day decide I'm gonna wear a wig because I want to hide my hair. My entire life, motherfuckers made me feel like my hair was not easy to manage. Motherfuckers lied on me my entire life and told me that my hair was hard to deal with. By the time I could actually touch my own hair and take care of it on my own without getting popped with a comb, I absolutely did whatever I could to make it look more assimilated. And I'll never forget, one time I cut my own hair because my mom had put some dookie braids in and told me she was going to do it later. And I knew that she probably wasn't because my mom a crackhead, no shade. But she is. You know what I mean? When your mama crackhead, I know it could be hard to bring it up, but for anybody who got a mama who's a crackhead, I love you. I love you. You didn't deserve that. That was weird, wasn't it? It was a strange time. You never deserved none of that shit. She was bugging out. Addiction's wild. Addiction's wild. That's all I got. But yeah, like I said, my own mom, like just not knowing how to care for me. And then on top of that, like not really giving a fuck about how that fucked me up. Those are things that have you really sitting with, like, how do I do my hair? Why would I do my hair? Like, nobody cares about my hair. So why would I? Like, a lot of the shit that we be missing, seemingly, bitch, who was supposed to give it to us? Who missed out? Who missed out on mentoring? Who missed out on compassion? Here's my thing. I think it could be both, 83. It could be both. I think that while I knew I was damaging my fucking hairline with these wigs, I still knew that for the most part, the rest of my hair was protected. Like, I'm not gonna lie, my hair grew a lot in them wigs. But the hairline, the traction alopecia, again, I don't want to be up here acting like I didn't fuck around and find out, but I don't want anybody else to. See, Noe, see, and after 5th grade, that's like 12 years old. Like, that's like right when your hair like could really use some consistency. Like, again, like it's the way that motherfuckers will roast you for looking like anything, looking wild, like all the ways people talk about your hair being fucked up. And it's like, sweetie, I'm a child, I'm a minor. It's on you, bitch. What the fuck? And so again, just the ways that like the girlies with the 4C, the 4A, the 4B, because I don't want to take away from the fact that like I know like in the hair typing system, like seemingly I have like hair that's like more defined than a 4C or a 4Z as some people be calling it. And I want to be candid that like the hair typing system is unfortunately anti-black. And Oprah was really putting a lot of money into that, which is frustrating. But I think if you've seen Oprah's natural hair, you'll know why. Like, there's a way that, like, a lot of naturals who have longer hair are at the center of naturals. And so even when you are deciding to go natural, the length will fuck you up. Like I said, I'm happy with how my hair looks, but I did a lot of work to get here. You feel me? Like, I woke up and the shit was looking like, that boy from motherfucking Rocket Power? The one that got the curly hair, but it's kind of stuck. Like, this shit was low-key looking like, what's his name? Paulie D, bitch. It was just looking stuck. And so I went in there with a little bit of rose water. Like, I think that's another thing, too. Like, I've been making my own products for my hair. Just trying to remember that, like, a lot of stuff's not made for me. A lot of stuff's not made for me. A lot of stuff's expensive. And so my ancestors definitely did their hair some kind of way. They figured it out. And so the shea butter been holding me down. The shea butter, my God. Honestly, the main products, shea butter and rose water, bitch. Like, that's all that's up in here, bitch. And I'm telling you. No, and see that's the thing too, is like being confused for the wrong gender when you're just trying to what exactly show off. like, or just even be perceived. Because I wasn't even trying to show off, but and then it's the way that like there were only so many styles you're allowed to get. Like I remember like my mom pressed my hair maybe 2, 3 times, but one time I put on the fucking shower cap to clean, and I thought I would be able to save my hair. My mom screamed at me so bad. She was so mad at me for putting a shower cap on my head because I'm trying to save the straight hair. Of course, underneath the shower cap, the shit puffed. She was pissed. And again, it's just moments like that. And then when she do, and then of course, like when she did the dookie braids, I'm looking at my hair like, well, that's bad. Like that's not how it's supposed to look. My hair shouldn't be in dookie braids. And so I cut off all the braids. And my mom was mad as fuck at me. And I think about the ways that like my mom was mad, not because like I did something bad. She was mad because I was gonna be looking like less like the daughter she wanted to have. Like I just feel like when I look at pictures, like pictures of me from a kid, and when my hair was done, it was always like lengthening styles. My hair was never free. I have one photo of me as a kid with my hair free. But every other photograph of me as a child, my hair is braided with some beads, braided with a bobo. You send the straight backs? Mm. Ooh, 83 and Pat, tell me more. I mean, I'm saying that I think that the hair typing system was anti-black simply because like there are a lot of mixed textures in people's heads and like having one type of hair like there are black folks with multiple like 4A, 3C, 4B. Like as I said, like the idea that like one like your head is all one texture, that's not everybody. There are a lot of folks, especially once you get past the threes. Once you get to the threes, like I think that that's a big range between like 3 and 4, and then even within fours, like some of them have some B, some three. I'm crying at D'Angelo. I never got straight backs, bitch. They never straight backed me. I was, you know what they would do? They would hit me with the motherfucking perimeter, cause bitch, I got a chicken nugget head. They was not, they can't, bitch, I can't do straight backs, bitch. Like, it's the way I'll be looking like a fucking, the way I be looking like Miss Potato Head, bitch. No, bitch, they knew. So they hit me with I had the perimeter framing braid and then the straight backs. You feel me? They listen. Everybody couldn't get a straight back. If you got a straight back, that means you got a forehead. Not a 5 head. That means you know, you could have bangs. You feel me? You could probably have bangs. See, that's what I'm saying. Like Oprah had a hand in the hair typing system, as I brought up earlier. Like it's about celebrating hair that can do something. Cause some of my hair don't got no curl. Some of my hair just puffy. Some of my hair is just it's just like it's just out here. Like again, I know that I have defined hair. I did define it, but some of my hair is not defined. Like some of it is just not able to be defined, no matter how much product I put on it. Some of it is just doing its own fucking life, and I'm grateful. But again, getting to this point where I'm feeling comfortable with my natural hair on camera, I'm not gonna play with you, bitch. It wasn't promised. Like it really wasn't. Like I remember getting my hair braided by this random ass lady that my mama knew. I'm pretty sure this lady used to sell my mama. She was cool, but she would be high as the fuck. And I'd be at her house for like that long, bitch. We'd be eating together and shit. Oh, you said you're shaved? Hey, listen, I'm here for shaved heads. I'm still crying about you saying D'Angelo though. Bitch, I'm trying to think. I feel like there are a couple like hot topic news stories I want to bring up. Like I know, I immediately thought about the wildfires, but bitch, I know we're talking about the wildfires in Cali, but can we talk about the wildfires in Conyers? Can we talk about Conyers, Georgia? I don't know if anybody's in Atlanta, but if anybody knows what's going on in that area, but Conyers has been on fire for a while, and I want to say it was a dog food plant. Actually, I'm wrong. It's a bio lab. It's a scientific lab being burned and is actively burning, and it's causing mass distress. I just want to put that out there for anybody who's around that area, who's near Conyers. If you have anything to share about that area, what's going on. From what I've noticed, though, people are just over it. Like they're over it. They can't go anywhere. Exactly. Same thing for people in Cali, in LA. One of my friends on Facebook or one of my friends on Instagram said that like if anybody that they know needed a shelter in LA, that they may be able to support. So if anybody is in LA and needs support after the wildfires, excuse me, please reach out because it's like three much going on in the world. Actually, Marie, it's three fucking much. Like my God, like seeing all the footage of the fire is just like damn, damn. I'm excited for the future though, bitch, because I just feel like at some point we have to realize like the only thing that's gonna make sense is us all walking up on Washington, just like them ugly assholes did with the fucking tiki torches. But it's gonna have to be all of us, and we're gonna have to not pay our rent for a couple months. Like we're gonna have to actually teach these hoes how to treat us, and I feel like that's the disconnect a lot of us are having. Because who the fuck got time to go up over there and let them know like we're not doing shit? Who has time? But it just feels like there has to be like a silent strike or some shit like that. Where like even for the people that can't march, like they gotta just stay at their house. Like we gotta really crush this economy ourselves, oh. It's just giving like we have to really teach these hoes how to treat us, and it's by starving them, but it would mean discipline. And of course we're in Capricorn season. Of course we're in Capricorn season. Mm-hmm. But this Christmas, bitch, I feel like my mama, it didn't feel like Christmas to me this year. I'm telling you, bitch, my mom used to say that shit sometimes. It's like, bitch, just say that you was broke this year. Just say that. Don't take away the whole fucking Christmas, bitch. What the fuck? I swear, but I'm telling you, it did not feel like Christmas to me. It's like I finally understand what my mama meant. I was just too young to understand, bitch. Bitch, I did see the Meg Thee Stallion. Not Meg Thee Stallion left, bitch. I'm screaming at you. You're funny as hell. Like I know it wasn't even on purpose, but just I hope Megan's doing good. But yeah, no, I saw that white woman struggling to say the word Meg. I was like, oh, we're in the hell realm. A white person who doesn't know how to pronounce Megan. Yeah, like I said, it's 3,000 too much. It's 3,000 too much. And I'm tired. But like I said, I'm excited to become a cozy gamer. I'm excited to literally just pretend like none of this shit is happening and like my video game is the only thing that matters to me. I feel like I'm gonna still always have this channel. I'm always talking my shit. But no. Not stair lifts, bitch. I'm screaming. I just feel like I don't think her stands would appreciate that. I just wouldn't even play with. I wouldn't play with it. I wouldn't even play with it. I wouldn't even play with it. Just 'cause I feel like again, she already got a white bitch on her. Like that's where I'm at. I just feel like it don't make sense to ever fuck with Meg, and I also feel like I live for Meg being protected in the age of Aquarius because I just feel like, and I'm not trying to do too much, but I feel like Aquarius people, like I just feel like y'all are never protected. Like I feel like y'all know too much to be protected, and I feel like y'all are always the one that can get cut because you know too much. And so there's just a part of me that's just like, I'm happy to see that like she's able to like live, you know, and just do her own thing. I really wish the best for Meg. She's done nothing wrong. She's just created great music and had some weird ass men around her that again just didn't mean her no good. And like it's wild to me how people are still talking about Tory Lanez. It's like really to this day he got one song, bitch. Like Broken a Minute is like I can't lie. It's a fun song, but other than that, damn, Tory, like, wow, the men's rights movement is like crazy. Like, these men are so delusional. It's really savage. I can't even. Oh, bitch, I lied. I did steal from Aldi. Bitch, they didn't have nothing on this. They didn't have like no tag or nothing. So I stole it. I don't know. I don't care. Like I feel like I'm at a point where like God forbid I get brought to jail. I'm gonna just be like, look, I don't know. I'm gonna just say something that makes sense at the moment. But I'm not really worried about it, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Like I just feel like we're at a point where if I get arrested stealing food, I already know. I already know they're not gonna believe I'm hungry, so I don't even care. It is a massager. It is. I feel like for me, stealing from the grocery store, it just feels like the last thing we can really do. You know what I mean? As a community, I feel like it's one way to fight back. I will say though, like, I have seen some crazy shit. Like, there's this one lady who said that she got brought to jail because she got into like an altercation with somebody at a grocery store. Who accused her of stealing, and she actually didn't steal, but the altercation was enough to get her in jail for 2 days. And I was like, bitch, that's crazy. Meanwhile, I be eating cherries in the store. I'd be like, but low key, this all these had me a little bit shook. And low key, Dane stole that more than me. And like, he's the one who put it in the whatchamacallit. But it was just like, I was just carrying it around. Like, I was like, I don't see no tag on it. You should just take it. Bitch, not Hot Topic. I'm so scared for you. I wouldn't do it. I would go with numbers. I would go with numbers. Yo, why they got a fucking management position at Torrid out here and I low-key applied for it? Again, just to steal. Like like I'm just kind of like, bitch, hire me. Like, definitely hire me. And the best part is I literally have so many things from Torrid to wear to the interview. So I'm gonna look like I really give a fuck about the brand. I'm so excited. I cannot wait. Look, I applied to so many jobs, bitch, and they are bugging out. Like, I applied to be a fucking salad maker somewhere because I'm just like, I could steal food from there. That makes so much sense. Why they hit me up like the day, like they hit me up on a Monday and were like, can you come in today for an interview? And I was like, sure. And I was like, what time? And then they didn't get back to me till like 1 o'clock. And they were like, how about right now? And I'm like, no, because you're trying to see if I'm a hoe, bitch. Like I know you saw that I wrote ASAP as far as like availability for an interview, but that didn't mean I'm gonna just eat crumbs and get on the floor, dog. No, bitch. You're not hitting me up talking about something. Come right now to get an interview. No, bitch. No. I'm not doing it. I just feel like I'm not about to work nowhere where they're about to play with me. Like I'm at a point where it's like I'm at a point or I'm grateful to be in a situation where like my partner is like taking care of everything and is like, bitch, don't go get no job that's whack. Like get a job that you actually like. I'm not tripping on you. You're good. Like focus on getting something that you actually want to do. And I'm grateful because a lot of these jobs are trash. They are. I'm crying. Listen, I don't even feel like bitches are buying clothes like that. Like that's the thing about it. Like I feel like I know somebody's buying some clothes, but it's just the way bitches are wearing Timu. And like I said, I'm not trying to play with nobody, but I'm just tired of certain things. Like I really don't think any of the fabrics we're like getting right now are like actually like should be on our fucking bodies, and that shit is stressing me out. Like I feel like I'm becoming like a white woman from fucking Oregon so bad. Like I'm like, what? I'm like, are there plastics in this? Like, bitch, I'm so shook. Not no more tears after work. I'm crying. I just know they be running their employees. Oh, you're not wrong. Yeah, no, I've never seen a bitch happy at Torrid, and I honestly don't know about like working in an environment with other fat bitches. And this is not me trying to be on some like fat bitch hate, but it's like I've definitely been in situations where I kind of felt like I didn't work at Torrid, but I worked at Lane Bryant before, and bitch, and I worked at fucking damn. Damn, I hate that I'm blanking on this girl's name. She probably closed by now. But it was like a clothing place for broke bitches. No shade. But it was affordable clothing for all bitches, but especially big bag bitches. I can't remember. I forgot. Polly and Esther, them twins. Exactly. No, not Deb. And it wasn't a mall store either. It was like a store like outside. It was like a standalone store that you could go to. And I hate that I'm blanking on it because it's a random ass store. It might not be in the area. Like I could actually be making all this up, but I worked AJ Wright. I don't know if anybody was gonna remember AJ Wright. I'm so dead that shit popped up in my head. But yeah, I worked at AJ Wright and I worked at fucking Lane Bryant. And I fucking hate retail, bitch. Mm-mm. But again, I would only be applying. I'm only applying to be like, I'm only applying to jobs where like it'd be crazy if I got it because like I'm not qualified, or like jobs that I know nobody would really care about what I do as long as I get my job done. Like I tried to apply for a pizza shop a position, but if I'm being candid with you, it's the same place as the salad spot, and I know they're gonna be mad. You worked at Rainbow, bitch. I bet. I bet. I fucking loved Rainbow's prices for clothes. Oh my god, Rainbow was really a blessing. Remember the first time I heard about Rainbow, bitch? I was like, what? The Rainbows. I'm about to check it out. Oh my god, they had shoes, bitch. Shoes for a fat bitch. So grateful. But yeah, no, I've definitely worked at and bitch, I've spent thousands at Torrid, so I'm not even worried about like getting a job there, like for real, because I know I can do the look or whatever, but it just gets so catty, bitch, at like jobs where it's a lot of bitches. Like I'm not even trying to be funny, but it could just get so stanky. Like the last job I was at, it was all bitches. I'm telling you, it's the way the gay bitch didn't like me, and I don't know why. I didn't do nothing to her, but she didn't like me. It's the way the Leo white man didn't like me, and I know he didn't like me because he told me to do something, and I asked him if I had to do it. If I had to do it how he said, because I'm over here like, do I have to pay attention to this? Because he had said some shit that didn't make no sense, and so I was like, Bart, and then he ran, bitch, and snitched on me. So I was like, girl, he ain't like my ass. And all I had did was just ask him if I had to behave like him. And keep in mind, bitch, he over here trying to discriminate against a fucking person who's disabled. There was a woman with her baby who seemingly was mentally challenged and or mentally disabled rather. And she had been told by the people in the suite across from us that her child could not be seen at the dentistry just yet, and their entire waiting room was full. And so the dentist told them to wait in our waiting room. I offered to put on a TV show for the baby. Like I was just checking on them, making sure they were okay. Because at the end of the fucking day, I work at a hotel in a hospital, which means all types of people are going to come into our waiting room. Who cares? They're waiting. And this bitch really had the nerve to like try to like get her out of the area for no reason. She didn't do nothing wrong. She was just waiting for her dentist appointment with her baby. And so this motherfucker like literally had the nerve to try to tell me that he had interrupted her waiting for her dentistry appointment because disabled people can maybe make our guests feel uncomfortable. And I looked at him and was like, "Do I have to follow this way of behavior?" And he didn't even say nothing. He looked at me like and ran, bitch. Chicken mean. This bitch ran to the boss, and I went behind him. And by the time they were done deliberating, the boss going to say, he's not training you. Like he shouldn't have been telling you. Like he was like, I'm sorry, I was just trying to offer some training, but I'm not a trainer, I guess. And like he was like so mad that like he tried to snitch on me and nothing happened. And it was really awkward because it's like, imagine like being mad at someone because they don't want to be discriminatory like you are. her. Like, I tried to be kind, but I was like, sweetie, do I have to behave like you? Really triggered that bitch. So right then and there, I already had one bitch hate me. And I feel like if a Leo hates you, you're done. I just feel like the way they perform in society or the society they're a part of or a little group, they really think they're the center of shit. So I fucked with the main character and I didn't realize it. So I literally didn't even care about that bitch after that interaction because I was like, oh, you're the type of girl to go run to the boss. Never talking to you again, fool. And so I literally just kept it cute and just like stayed away from his ass. And then me and the only black girl that worked there was cool as fuck. But I want to say that like her desk mate was this biracial bitch who literally said like, and she's a biracial Gemini. Worst combo. No shade. No shade. Worst combo, bitch. I'm so sorry for any biracial Geminis who are in the process of me making this video, but like, my God, like, worst combo. But she was a biracial Gemini, and she literally told us to our face on a lunch break that she was part Lucifer. In retrospect, I wish I would have said which part, honestly. But at that point, I was just shell shocked. This is my first luncheon with the bitch. She's supposed to be training us. The whole time we just gossiped. I should have known that the job wasn't serious. She didn't teach us not one thing. They had given her a trainer raise. They had made her a trainer, but she did no training. And we never snitched on her because why would we? We were trying to be cool with the bitch. Whole time she hazing the girlie that I'm cool with. Whole time she's smiling in my face, but in this way that's not a real smile. Like, the smile never reached her eyes, bitch. Your grandmother's a biracial motherfucking Gemini. I am so sorry to hear that, bitch. And here's the thing. I've met 2 biracial Geminis. And I know about Doja Cat. I just feel like at this point I have analysis. I have done research. It's not been peer reviewed, but that's fine. But she was a biracial Gemini trainer, and she told me to my face, with a witness, that she was part Lucifer. Part Lucifer, part Lilith. That's what she actually said. I don't know, bitch. I can't call it. So that's why I make content. Because I be having interactions with people where they feel mad comfortable. Like, I don't think, like, I just feel like I can't think of another time a mixed person ever told me that they were demonic, like, to my face. I'm so sorry. Like, it was just such a moment because, like, again, like, the other biracial Gemini that I knew was McNally. And, like, again, the way that she was, like, in my face, acting like we were friends. But obviously, if you fuck my man in a swamp, you hated my guts. But I'll say this. I feel like what really bothered her, I think, in retrospect, was that I was in New Orleans starting and bopping. And my man still got on the plane to come visit me. And I feel like that made her sick. She was like, bleh. She was so mad. And it was funny because she had a motherfucker the whole time down there, this motherfucker named Nathaniel. And he was playing on her. Like, I remember, like, she showed me a picture of his girlfriend and was trying to play on this girl. And I was just laughing because I'm like, Nathaniel is not. I don't want to do too much, but I feel like she was just fantasizing this black man who went to like a HBCU, and when he came home, she was really trying to be with him and shit. But he had a whole girlfriend, and she just looked kind of crazy to me. But I didn't give a fuck. I was starting and bopping, so I'm like, I'm just watching her fuck with this man. She's starting and bopping too. I ain't never said shit to Nathaniel. I didn't give a fuck. But she was very bothered by the fact that my ex, and I'm gonna be real with you, my first boyfriend that I ever was with, we were together for like maybe 3 years, maybe 4, bitch. I can't even call it. But I flew back on 3 planes. I flew to fucking Boston 3 times when I was in New Orleans. Not just to like be around him, but just because I thought like this was who I'm supposed to be with because I was so fucking young and I was with him for so long. He was the first person I ever fucked for real. He was the first person I ever been with. So I was just like, damn, like this gotta be it. And so that's why I urge people against reconsidering, because like I was like 17, 18 years old, like when I went to college. I was like 19 when I met him. And from 19 to damn near like 23, I was with him. That's a long time. And again, like he was the first person I fucked. And so I kind of felt connected to him in a certain type of way. On top of that, he had money, bitch, and I was broke. So I just feel like if you get into that living girlfriend territory, which I'm low key there right now, and he not making it the worst, but it do feel awkward, like when you gotta be like, buy me some stuff. Because I don't really want a relationship like that anymore. Like after surviving several relationships where I was a living girlfriend, I realized like I want to make my own money on some. Actually, I don't want to pour her. I don't want to pour her, but like I do think that like having my own money is a sexy thing, and it's also a very important thing for femmes to have their own money because a lot of men will play, and you could really just be with a man for however many years, and then you hear stories about women where like I was married for 30 years to this man, was with him through everything, and now I don't got no job skills. Ass the fuck out. Like I want to learn other languages. Like I just feel like I have so much like that I want to do, and I don't want to ever be like just because I think about how I watch like the show Harlots on Hulu. If you care about sluts, hoes, whores, and how you become a slut, a hoe, a whore, Harlots on Hulu is pretty great. I really love it. It's a period piece. If you don't like to see white people looking real grungy and dirty and pissing in chamber pots and shit, you're not gonna like this. Like if you don't like to see white people being like, I know I told them a meat pie. If you don't like that shit, you're not gonna like it. But it's very much like white people from like the back and the back and the back. When they had kings and shit, that would be like trying to fuck on people like weirdly as fuck, like in back rooms and shit. Yeah, it's that kind of vibe. But there's like tiers of whores. Like the lowest tier of whore is the whore that'll fuck you in the street, the whore that'll fuck you anywhere. Like she don't care what's going on. Like she has no shame, but really she's the brokest one. So she'll do a lot for a little. And then there's the whore that has a pimp, the whore that has somebody that watches over her, the whore that lives amongst other whores in a whore house. And then from there, they have the kept whores, meaning that they're whores with a keeper, meaning that like when they are out and about in town, they're seen as someone of status because they're connected to a man who has status to keep her. And the idea of this woman is really on some like sexual pleasure shit predominantly. Don't get me wrong, there's some men that are so sexually wrapped up in these women that they feel like, yeah, maybe I'll have a baby with you, maybe I'll but this woman is never going to be a public woman in the way that a wife is. And on top of that, the Harlots, I think, does kind of a good job with showing how there are women who were the wives of these men who were out there whoring and keeping women who, were grateful, that they didn't have to fuck them, that were grateful that they didn't have to deal with them. Like I think there was this one situation where a man was killed, and his wife came to see the whore, who was under trial for maybe have killing this man, and the wife was like, "Bitch, I don't got no husband. I don't got no kids. I'm free." Like she's like, "Bitch, thank you." She's like, "If you killed him or not, I don't care. I'm grateful. I'm rid of his dumb ass." And so it's just the ways that like, sex work, being a sexual person, like being sold, like being a whore, all of these things, like they're all existing within like the microcosm of being in a patriarchal society. In a world where we don't know about in a world where patriarchy don't exist, we all can have jobs, right? We can all do any job. We can all get all types of training and understanding. We all don't have to be, stuck somewhere. But I brought that all up to say that like there are women that are like paid for by a man to the point where like he buys her an apartment, he buys her clothes, her food, and like basically make sure that she has just enough resources to be okay with him coming by whenever to fuck her. And so I think about how like that's another reason why I feel like if you're under 25, don't move in with a man. Like, don't do it. Like, move in with your best friend. Move in with like some femmes that you're cool with. Like, move in with people that are going to be like supporting you and that you're comfortable supporting. You know, if you want to have your partner come over and sleep over, that's fine. But I do think that it would make so much more sense, like for a lot of us, if we like really practice on just just a little bit of distance with partners, because I have noticed for myself, if I had the ability to have my own dwelling and have a partner, I would of course want to do that. But there have been definitely moments. It definitely is like having a pet, and it is a pet. And it's the worst kind of pet because you're a sexual pet. You're not just there to be adored and cared for. I feel like with your dog and cat and rat and bunny, like they're not waiting for you to like take some pleasure from them that will, maybe shift their energy. Like it's very wild, like to again realize in retrospect that like, yeah, I wasn't paying any rent like with money, but I was paying to live there in other ways. And again, there are some women who are married to men who feel like this. And so I don't think the parallel between whore and keeper or wife and husband or even girlfriend and boyfriend are that much divorced from each other. I think that it's unfortunately a symptom of the hierarchy of patriarchy that always puts us in a situation where it's a dominator and and the dominated. And so I think that like when it comes down to it, like, of course, like, I think we'd all want to have our own money, our own support systems, but I think that it's more realistic that we just don't. I think that that's something that I think bothers people in a way that I wish bothered them in a way that made them want to, like, ask why not, you know? But, like, people will be really upset at women who, like, move in with men or, like, get too close too quickly with men, not realizing that, like, for that woman, that's what she's maybe seen, you know? Like there are a lot of women who think like love is we went on a nice date and we both like the way each other smelled and we're both not upset right now. Like I think some people don't realize how connection with people is so yearned for, so desired, that like some of us really will jump out the window for a romantic connection. And it's not because like we're not intelligent. It has nothing to do with our intelligence. I think it's more about the fact that like our emotional intelligence is not necessarily built to even consider all the ways that like you can't just start a relationship with someone uh and just jump in so quickly. Like you actually do have to like have distance and time and learn like, do you feel drained by this person? Am I getting something from this connection emotionally? Like there's just so many questions I feel like I have now, and I think that that's one of the reasons why I'm also saying what I'm saying, because as much as like I love living with Dane, like me and my friends have been talking about co-op living and what it looks like to build housing outside of like romantic partners, because I know so many women that are like yearning for romantic connection from a man. And this is not to say that there's a problem with that. There never is. Like, be yearning, friends. Be desiring. That's fine. But it's the ways that, like, when you get that man, when you move in with that man, when you take that man seriously, when you maybe cut off all your friends, maybe when you stop going out, like there's just all these ways that you kind of slowly roll up and become like part of a relationship, and you kind of lose like your individuality. And so those are things that I worry about in this relationship, because I really do enjoy my partner. Like me and Dane have so much fun together. I think that that's one of the coolest things about our relationship, is that like we are genuinely friends. Like we have a friendship, but because we're friends, I'm also aware that like, there's times where I miss my friends. There's times where I miss my other friends. There's times where I miss people. And I also am the kind of friend that's like, do you want to be around a man? Like, I really want us to start thinking about being that friend, because sometimes, your friends don't want to be around your man. Sometimes you don't want to be around your man. Be real. Sometimes, like, I definitely told Dane, like, like, I kind of wish that my friend could have slept over the other night. Like, that would have been fun. That's the truth. Like, it's not to say that I don't love sleeping with him, but there's just something about sleeping in a bed with your friend, talking to your friend all night, and cuddling and having a cute little time. It's just a good time. If you've never had a sleepover with your friend, As an adult, I encourage you to try it. It's fun. It's good, clean fun. But with that being said, like I know in the past I've been so wrapped up in romantic love that I've lost like connections with people that I really miss. And I know why I lost those connections. I know I was so caught up a man's ass that I really wasn't thinking about like how my friends were doing or what they were up to, or it's like I kind of like just left the friendship as if like the friendship was never real, like as if that person wasn't real, as if like I've been waiting to like become this man's appendage, and it's like I don't want to do that. I don't want to do the things I used to do anymore. Which is why I'm going out tonight, bitch. But I'm gonna smoke one more before I go get ready. But it's a cute little meetup tonight. I'm so excited. You don't want any man to be centered in your life. Your man or theirs hurt you. Listen, it's definitely a learned practice. I don't think any of us really know how to be like living innately. I think that it's all practice, and unfortunately, like self love. Like I think self love is really easy to showcase online. Like we can like put on our best outfit and be like, I love myself. Like we can take ourselves on our date and be like, look at me, show you how much I love me. But I think like about the ways that like you can't see the choices someone makes to show themselves like that they're worthy of like this or that situation maybe ending. Like those are things that I think are harder to see about someone, and I think I'm working on that. Like it's easy for me to show up here fat as fuck with like a bra off, smoking weed, because like this, my shame doesn't live here, bitch. My shame doesn't live with how I look. Like my shame is more about my behavior at this point, which I really appreciate in ways because again, like what you do is who you are, right? Your behavior is like how you're expressing yourself. And so I'm trying to remember that like, it's what I'm doing. It's not what I'm looking like. It's not about how I look. It's really about how I'm making people feel. It's about how I feel. It's about how I'm treating myself. It's about how I'm treating myself so that I can treat other people just as good. Because if I'm not treating myself good, why would I treat anybody else better than me? So just sitting with that shadow work. And that shit is hard as fuck because you have to actually hold that. Sometimes you are crashing yourself into a wall over and over again. Mm-hmm. Sure are. And it's on you to, just sit in the car maybe. But I'm grateful that I even get the chance, like I even get the life. Like my friend literally just was telling me, she's like, bitch, she's like, a lot of us don't make it to 35. I was like, you're right. Because this birthday, like I said, it didn't feel like Christmas this year. So, and low-key didn't feel like my birthday this year. Because my birthday always reminds me, or Christmas always reminds me my birthday's coming. Literally. Like, I use Christmas as a reminder, like, oh, it's about that time. And I wasn't really thinking about celebrating too much for 35. Like I said, I just wanted a Jamaican plate for my birthday. I just wanted some saltfish and ackee beer, some fried dumpling, a couple ginger beers, a couple beef patties for later. You feel me? I wasn't interested in much. But I'm excited that I finally realized like a gift to give myself. Like I'm finally gonna do something really kind and loving for myself, and I'm just so excited. Like it felt so good to like really ask myself like, how do you like what do you want to do? And like that's part of like my mirror work is like just looking myself in the eye and just being like, what are you thinking? Like, what's next? And just being able to sit with myself and ask myself to myself, like how, like where are we going? Like, what do you want to do? And at this point, I'm just, yeah, again, I know I'm being really dramatic about the Cozy Gamer channel, but it just feels good to like realize that there's a way for me to like create that could also mean that like I'll be able to tell like silly ass stories and be able to illustrate them, but even like being able to go live and like free play and just like have some silly shit happen in my game. I'm just really excited for all the ways I'll be able to express, And who knows, like I don't know where it could go. I'm not really interested in like doing anything like too crazy. But man, I'm so excited to be like a part of the sim community because there's so many simmers and it's just I watched this. I'm so mad that I can't show videos right now. But I'm definitely gonna watch some videos with you at some point. I'm like really trying to figure this shit out. I felt YouTube really figured out how to like cut the mic, like which really sucks because like I felt we used to watch shit all the time, and now YouTube is like play with your mom, bitch. Play with your mom. Don't play with me. And I want to fight. I want to fight so bad because like bitch, just the way we used to just watch it all the time this decade, and now it's like no. But maybe it was just cheaters. Maybe it was just cheaters. But we gonna see, bitch. We gonna motherfucking see. I'm thinking about getting a projector, maybe. The pettiest, the fucking pettiest. I'm so sad about it because I just love just kicking with y'all like that. But again, like I said, I'm thinking about making a Discord. Just for the live people that want to just kick it sometimes. Like I know that we all got lives, we'll be busy. I feel like you can record the Discord lives as well. So I'm hoping to just be able to because like sometimes I'm just like for hours like watching like random ass videos. Like I watched a bunch of videos about the Holocaust recently and like World War II and like was just like I don't even know what the fuck I was doing up over there, but I was just like very compelled by the content that was coming up. I was like, God damn, like this content is just it feels so strange. Like it's like I remember YouTube used to be so silly, and now it feels like very elevated in this way. And that's why I think I love creating my lives like this because again, I feel like whenever I go live and I look at the people that are doing live, there are so many tarot card readers, which is really fucking cool. And there's also like just so many people just being really present. And so I don't know. There's just a part of me that knows that there's there's just so much space online and who knows who's gonna do what on here. Like I've met so many people doing so much. Like I've met so many people growing mushrooms on here, and they're sharing so much information about how to grow them. I've met so many people that are like elevating how I cook. Oh my god, y'all! I wish I could cook for y'all so bad. Like if anybody's ever in Michigan, like please do not hesitate. Reach out to me. Like I will literally cook you something really tasty. Like I literally just love cooking so fucking much, and like I just feel like I used to be so scared of cooking. I used to be so afraid in the kitchen. I used to be so worried about burning shit. And now I have this confidence. And it's been, you wanna know how I got here? Burning shit. Like literally, like making nasty ass food. Like I made so many nasty things. But I'm low key about to teach myself how to make biscuits. I literally have been just ignorant to learning how to make them. But I recently learned how to make really good pancakes. Like my pancakes, low key, and my pancake flipping skills are getting so fucking good. Oh my god, bitch, I be scared to flip these hoes. I be so scared. But now, bitch, my little pro tip: you add a little bit of water. You add a little bit of water to the pan and put a lid. I'm telling you, bitch, this is the holy grail, bitch. You get a pot lid, a clear pot lid, and you put it on top of the pancake. I promise you. That way, when you add a little bit of water, it's gonna puff, bitch. It's gonna steam it. It's gonna be so fucking fluffy. I'm telling you, not a lot of water. A teaspoon, maybe a teaspoon, and then you put that lid down. It's gonna steam it, and then you fluff it. Oh my god, it's gonna be at least like half an inch big, bitch. So bad. Oh, I love that. I'm loving your teamwork. That is so cute. And see, that's the thing too. Like, I feel like when I cook, like, they be like, "Do you need any help? Like, can I chop stuff?" Like, he actually just meal prepped the other day. Like, he made a bunch of like fried bread dough and sectioned it so he could fry off some fried bread for us in the morning. And he's getting more into like Lakota indigenous meals of his people and just really digging in. Like I don't think he's had a kitchen to cook in for a while, and I know he's scared as fuck of burning shit or making it nasty. But I'm grateful to try some nasty food from him because I think that that's the thing about cooking. It's like in the beginning, yeah, you're probably gonna make something nasty. Congratulations. Like, how beautiful. Like, what an opportunity, bitch, to be that. To not do it right. What an opportunity. Like, you get to learn. And then bitch, when you do it right, oh, then you're gonna be like, fuck, I could have added this or that. It's never done. Like, there's so many, like, cooking just feels like such an evolution. You said your mother, oh, you said you use ghee or oil? Okay. See, I've been thinking about using coconut oil because back in the back when I lived in New Orleans, one of the homegirls had like fucking coconut flour pancake mix. And I remember putting coconut oil in them bitches and they were crunchy as hell. See, here's the thing. I don't care about a crispy edge. I care about fluff. Like the more dense a pancake is, the more I want to die. Like I actually like almost creamed, like I almost like got stiff peaks on my egg white when I added my egg yolk into the fucking into the wet mix. But I only mixed it enough to get some bubbles. I didn't do it enough to get like stiff peaks. But I think I might try it that way because I am obsessed with seeing those like super fluffy, wiggly Japanese pancakes. Like it's the way that people really got me wanting to go to Japan so fucking bad, bitch, because it looks so tasty. Okay. Okay. Listen, if you got a recipe, because low key, Alterel, like back like a month ago, gave me this recipe for this caramel, and I am going to make the most delicious sweet potato pie with this caramel base. Oh my fucking god, bitch! I can't wait, and I'm just, ooh. And I feel like I might make two pies just so I could try two different ways. Cause I feel like when I cook, I like to experiment with half the shit. Like if I cook, if like recently, oh, bitch, this shit really fucked me up. So me and Dane really love thick cut bacon, like the thick bacon, like the bacon that could low key be like put with like a ramen bowl. You know what I mean? Them bacons that are kind of like that's a piece of fucking meat, bitch. It's not just some bacon. And so we got some thick ass bacon. I brushed fucking garlic paste and fucking gochujang onto the bacon. I brushed it with my fingers, which was my hands, bitch. I'm that bitch. And then I fucking took some brown sugar on half of the fucking bacon, and then I put the other half in there just as is. The bacon that was covered in the gochujang and the fucking garlic paste was so. It wasn't bruschetta. It was just thick cut bacon. Oh, but yeah, but when it's in the ramen bowl, yeah, no, it'd be something. But yeah, that thick pork belly indeed, but it was thick cut like applewood. You know what I mean? So it wasn't pork belly. There was a nice fat. There was good fat on it, but it wasn't pork belly. It was still bacon. And I'm telling y'all, the way that that gochujang and the garlic penetrated, oh bitch, it was like the kind of bacon where it's like, and I like cooked it on like 175, and then right at the end, I hit it on like the broiler. And so there were like crunchy bits of fat, but the rest of the meat, like just, it was like it was like butter. There was no pull. There was no, like, yeah, the fat had all rendered. Fuck my life, bitch. I had that shit on a croissant with like a fried egg and it's like hella cheese. Delish. Yes, tender. Thank you. I forgot the word tender for a moment. Absolutely. And so again, I feel like the bacon that wasn't fucking rubbed down, that shit was not tender. It actually was kind of bullshit. So I feel like I definitely learned that day. You know, I gotta do a little science to my bacon to make it better for me. I'm trying to think of some other like food hacks. Oh, bitch. This is like this may not hit for anybody, but I was very broke and wanted to eat out. I wanted some pad thai. I had like maybe like 30% of a container of like extra chunky peanut butter. And so I put some gochujang in there, some fucking molasses, some fucking garlic paste. I want to say some basil paste and some pasta water because I made like some linguine Cause my plan was I was trying to make like a bootleg ass motherfucking pad thai. You feel me? Like a little bootleg pad thai. And it actually worked the fuck out. And I used the bacon that I made with the gochujang and the garlic in it. It was next level. And I put a fucking egg yolk at the end in the sauce to thicken it. Oh fuck. And I made a roux. I made a chocolate roux, which is basically when you take like a bunch of like butter and some flour and you cook the flour down till it gets darker. That's why like when you make Alfredo, you do like a blonde roux, like where it's basically just like butter and flour and you barely cook it. But when you do like a chocolate roux, like you're cooking it down till it gets super dark. And I want to say like most of the time when you have gumbo, like you use a chocolate roux for a gumbo. And so that fucking that shit was fucking phenomenal, but Dane hated it. He was like, bitch, I do not. He's like, the peanut butter threw me off. I was like, for real? That shit was unctuous as fuck. Like, I was surprised. I was like, damn, bitch, I made fucking a little bootleg pad thai at the house. Love that for me. I would love to make banh mi at the house, honestly. That looks so good. And I also want to make butter chicken so bad. I also found a roti recipe. For people not aware of what roti is, I want to say it's like the bridge between like people who are like Indian and people who are Caribbean. I want to say like I found out about roti in like New York, but I had known about naan, which I want to say roti is like the fucking croissant of naan. It's like the one that gets the oil, that gets the fat, whereas like the naan is more yogurt based and so a little bit more fluffy in texture, whereas the roti almost has like almost kind of like a burrito skin. Like when you get like a burrito that's like freshly like prepared and like the skin of the fucking tortilla is kind of just like it's hella it has a stretch to it. And like I feel like naan, I wouldn't say naan has a stretch to it, but when you're cooking roti, it literally puffs, like the air fills into it. And the way that it's prepared, it's kind of prepared in layers like a croissant dough. And so like when it cooks, it puffs into like this like big circle and then it eventually like deflates. But the way it looks, like you can tell it's a little bit more live. Hmm. It's way more buttery than a pita bread. I feel like it's literally like naan's like sexier, fattier cousin, and I'm so grateful for roti because like I really feel like roti is not like as common. Like I feel like I barely see roti, and I feel like that's partly because like I'm not seeing as many like Caribbean spots, but I feel like it's certain Caribbean spots because I feel like in New York the Caribbean spot be having roti. But down here, they don't have roti. Like down here, they have cocoa bread only, which makes me think like there's some Caribbean islands that don't have cocoa bread. Like I know when I go to the Jamaican restaurant, they don't have roti, and it makes me wonder like who is serving roti. But then I have to think about like the ways that like some shit just comes together because certain people were certain places. So I'm gonna do some research, but I am really wondering. Um, But bitch, I want to learn how to make beef patty bad as fuck. Like, bitch, if I learn how to make beef patties, it's over for these hoes. Like the way that the front of this house is set up, bitch, I could really make a beef patty stand, bitch, for real. I'm really thinking about it. Like I'm dead ass thinking about making a beef patty little business or some shit. Cause actually, I'm really not. But I was thinking about like selling something, just because I feel like I know how to cook good enough to where I can make something. But I wonder like what it would be. And then again, I feel like Dane with his fry bread, bitch. I feel like if I could braise some beef, I feel like we could maybe do like a little fusion, like oxtail on top of like a bed of fry bread and oxtail on top. I feel like bitches will eat that. I feel like bitches will eat that shit for real. I feel like it's a lot of hoes out here, Mediterranean. Thank you for saying that. I feel like it's a lot of people selling food from their fucking backyard and shit on DoorDash at this point. Like some of these restaurants, bitch, it's not giving us a real restaurant. Like, bitch, I be Googling some of these motherfucking restaurants, bitch, and it's giving this is your house. Ain't no physical location, ain't no pictures, bitch, but you sell burritos and hamburgers? I don't trust you, bitch. I do not trust you. Where's your headquarters? Trying to play with nobody's livelihood. But I'd be really surprised. Like talking about some John's burger and burrito, and I go looking for you and I can't find your food truck, I can't find your physical location, but you selling hamburgers and tacos at the same time. Where? Bitch, I need to see this. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, bitch, I want to see the hamburger line and the burrito line together. I just want to see it one time. Because it's the way that these places don't be having just no cases. I'm like, girl, what if I get sick? What if I get booty worms? Who do I call? Like, I don't have time for you playing games with me. I'm tired. Like, I was trying to find some good falafel, and I just feel like everything's a game on DoorDash now. Like, I feel like at this point, I'm just gonna go pick it up. Because the last time I had a DoorDash lady come, she literally hit me with, "Oh, I love tips," and I was like, "I have already tipped you, and I know the app told you that. All I asked you was, if you wouldn't mind, you know what I mean, putting back that extra ice cream, so I didn't need to order 2, bitch. I have 1 back. I did not need 2 ice creams." And she was just like, "Oh, I love tips." I'm like, "Girl, really? Just because I'm asking you to delete a fucking ice cream? Like, for real?" Like, bitch, you can leave the ice cream by the meat. I don't care. Get it off the cart, please. Help. Help. I'm telling you, it's too much. Listen, the DoorDash people do be greedy as fuck, but they do be weird as hell too. Like, you ever get a DoorDasher that's so fucking weird? Bitch, I don't know why this shit is not letting your fucking comment show, but I did see it, just so you know. But like, yeah, they do be weird as fuck, and I just be wondering, like, bitch, you are with your man all day sliding around with people's food. What is going on? Why are you in a bad mood? You and your man are together all day, bringing people hot wings. You having a cute life. Like, leave people alone. Like, I know you be eating some of these hot wings every now and then. Like, calm down. Take a deep breath, beloved. I didn't even know there was a man involved, bitch. It says Sheila. Why is this man at my door, bitch? I'm not gonna snitch on you, but calm down. Fuck. I don't give a fuck about none of this. I just asked if you would politely delete the ice cream. That's it. Next thing I know, it's 6 motherfuckers at my house carrying 1 bag of groceries. Why? It's giving Sheila, I don't trust you, bitch. Here's the pin. I'm gonna text you the pin. Leave my shit outside. Yup. I got a ring cam too. I don't. It don't matter. At this point, I'm scared, bitch. I'll lie about anything, bitch. I'll lie about having a ring cam. I don't care. Because you're doing the most. Like, this one bitch had me scared as hell one time. This one bitch pulled up on me, bitch. I was scared to meet her. The way she was talking to me, I'm like, bitch, you are acting like, bitch, I don't even want to eat my food. I still ate it, but still. I was uncomfortable eating my food the whole time. I was like, my food is in the presence of my op. Like, my op had my food. A tater tot scratched me. I was like, she's bewitched it. Like, I literally I wasn't comfortable, bitch. I was uncomfortable eating them fucking tater tots, bitch. They were scratching my fucking esophagus. And I was like, I just know she charmed this bag. Like, I just know this bag has been charmed. And bitch, the shit that killed me. And she gonna have her man give me the food. And I'm over here trying to, like, you know how you be when they give you your food, but you mad, but you don't want to. So you're like, just give my food, bitch, because I'm angry now. And like, now I gotta smoke 2 more to fucking eat. That was demonic of you, bitch. How dare you? I just don't get it. Like, you're delivering some food, bitch. That's life. You're delivering life. The amount of times I have texted that Uber driver being like, you're my lifeline. Just be in a crazy situation, waiting on a motherfucking red plate. Like, listen. I was like, listen, thank you so, like, bitch, it's the way I text, like, all of my Uber Eats drivers, and I'd be like, thank you so much for your service. Because, bitch, I don't want no booger. I don't want no eye of newt. I don't want no lock of hair. I don't want nothing on my shit. Thank you for what you do for us. I'm messaging them like they're working for the Marines. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care. No one's gonna do anything to my food. I'm gonna thank them every step of the way. I'm gonna stand outside with no shoes on just to make sure that I don't make them wait. Like fuck that, cause it's scary, bitch. It's scary to order food, so just go pick it up. It just doesn't make sense. Might as well just go there and wait for your food, cause these DoorDash people. It's just the way that DoorDash is such like a little hustle at this point. Cause it's the way everybody and their godbrother is doing it. Like bitches be having dogs in the car and your food. I'm like, girl, what called you to this? What called you to this? Like, there's other deliveries you could have did without my food and your dog. Like, damn. And that's another thing too. It's like, bitch, if you have a dog in your car and they're not a service dog, so I'm not trying to play service dog folk, but it's like, it's some deliveries you shouldn't make. That's just how I feel. I just like these food places. They be tying up the bag kind of flimsy. I'm like, girl, and got two dogs running in the bag talking about something. I'm sorry. What do you mean? I don't know. It's been weird, but I feel like the last one I had was cool. She was nice, but she kind of gave me this look like, you better update that tip, bitch. I deleted that ice cream. It was weird. I was like, ma'am, the hostility. I'm crying at Uber Eats crashing out in 2025, bro. I feel like 2024 was low key the craziest year of my life when it came to ordering food. It was the first time anybody ever told me, like, bitch, I'm gonna need some more money. I'm like, well, all right, you know what you gonna do, bitch? She's the bitch bringing you your pork chops and your Pringles. Like, you better give her some more money. It's just the way I've been shaken down by the Uber people, dog. Like, they always tell me, like, you can always give me an extra tip. I'll be like, for sure. I always remember that, for sure. That's why I just don't even do it no more. Because it's like, sweetie, let anything go left. Let you even just make a request. They'll be like, well, you could give me some money. I'm like, all right. Heard you, heard you, heard you. I heard, I'm hearing you. Yeah. And again, for a moment, I thought me and Dan could do Uber Eats, but I'm gonna be real with you, bitch. If I have to walk up your stairs to give you your food, I'm getting fired. If I have to do any stairs to get your food, bitch, I don't know why you're playing with both of our lives. Like, just come downstairs, please. Like, I just started thinking about them them third floor bitches with no fucking elevator. And yeah, I just was like, yeah, it's never gonna be me, bitch. It's never gonna be me. And then on top of it, I'm gonna be so fucking real. Y'all already know I was gonna steal somebody's food. So it's like I don't even wanna go to jail. You know what I mean? It's like I gotta really think smart. They're gonna know that I got the food, they're gonna have my government, and then what, I'm in jail because I ate a taco plate. Like that just it seems like a setup if I do it, you know? So that's why I never got into the Ubers and the Eats because bitch, I knew I was going to eat and not Uber. So yeah, I never put myself in that situation. But bitch, why I almost got mad again thinking about that man who called the police on me over the motherfucking big fish. That is so crazy. Like, oh, like that's what I'm saying. 2024 was the craziest year because I had a DoorDasher try to steal my food, and in the midst of him not being successful, gonna call the police on me because I wouldn't give him my PIN. Keep in mind, I had to go find him hiding with my food. This man was hiding with my food and playing like he didn't know where I was. I come out my house, had to walk around the corner and found his ass lights off, parked. Way the fuck. I'm like, bitch. Like, and I couldn't see him. Like, for some reason, the location wasn't on. It said he was in my parking lot. And I feel like that's how he was going to do it. Come to the parking lot, not come to the door. So then when I seen him, why his ugly ass gonna turn on the fucking lights and drive up on me like fast as fuck, like he about to hit me over a big fish from Burger King? I almost lost my life. There were also 4 pies. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, bitch. I was having a rough night. I want to say it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. That is a true food desert. Like, let you be hungry at 3 a.m. All the Taco Bells are closed, goo. Like all the motherfucking Taco Bell are closed. The Wendy's is closed. Even the KFC is closed. It's all closed. But one nasty bitch was still up. Burger King. I had to do what I had to do. But anyways, like I said, he tried to hit me with his car. Because I realized he was trying to fucking steal my big fish, which felt crazy. It was the craziest sentence ever in my life. He tried to steal my big fish and 4 pies. And then, why the fuck? This one, he gonna give me my food angrily. Like I did something to him. And I'm already feeling ashamed that I'm getting Burger King at 3 o'clock in the morning, bitch. I'm not even getting no food I want to eat. So it's like, girl, I'm literally like in the night, bitch, in the night. Like, do you have the big fish? Are you Thomas? You know what I mean? And so I get the food from him. I get to the door. All of a sudden, I just feel him. Like, I don't even hear him. All of a sudden, I just look back. He's parked behind me. Keep in mind, I had to walk around I had to come out my building, walk like 5 steps forward, and then I looked to my right and I had to walk 10 steps to my right. So he was like way up there, right? And so I'm fucking jealous, bitch. I wish I could just go and get a stack of pancakes every now and then. And with that being said, bitch, I do got some blueberry pancakes from yesterday. I'm about to heat them up again, bitch. Oh, I love breakfast. But yeah. So tell me why, bitch. I get the fucking big fish. I'm walking into the fucking house. This motherfucker gonna have to pull up behind me as I'm going to the front door of my building, talking about what's the pen? And I was like, fuck you. Because low key, like at that point, like we had already and I literally said to him, I was like, why was your lights on? I was like, why were you parked over here? I'm like, that's weird as fuck. Like, I literally was just like, I didn't say it out loud, like, oh, you trying to rob me? But I was like, bro, I was like, why are you over here? Like, I was just, but he didn't want to talk. He was just giving me my food, he was being kind of aggressive. So keep in mind, bitch, he's way over here. I'm at my door at this point, going inside. He's behind me, yelling about a pen. Bitch, this is how you know, like, your plan didn't work out, goofy. You know you need to get a pen from a bitch to deliver the fucking food. You clearly wasn't worried about delivering it. You know you need the pen when you give the food away. So he was flustered, clearly, because he was trying to play with me and steal my food that night. So I'm literally, like, in my building being like, because, like, girl, take that L. Go talk to your supervisor, ho. Like, look at you. You tried to steal some food and now got stolen from you, dummy. And so I walked inside my house. This motherfucker, as I'm walking down the hallway, this motherfucker banging on the door, bitch, shaking the table. Like, he's going crazy. And I'm just like, like, I'm laughing at him. I'm like, suffer. And then I go into my house and I have to come back to reality where I have a big fish and 4 pies, bitch. So I'm already going through a lot. Bitch, why the fuck all of a sudden, ho, I get a knock at my motherfucking door from the motherfucking police here. And not even knocking my door. The bell. The bell. It was like and I was like, who is it? And they said police. I was like, girl. I'm like, eat my big fish, and the police is here. So I came outside, the police was here, and it was awkward because one of the police officers was like, why was he yelling at you like that? And I was like, racism. And the police officer was like, it was the most bizarre moment I ever had with a Caucasian police officer, Caucasian in general. But he was just like, it is giving racism. I'm like, and so then at some point, I want to say, like, he done fucking lied on me, bitch. And I literally told him, I was like, listen, I was like, I caught him parked around the corner. He tried to steal my food. It didn't work. And then he tried to get my pen after I already caught him trying to steal my food. So I didn't give it to him. And then he started trying to break down the door. He was upset. And the police officer was like, and it was just funny because it's like, girl, one thing I really hate about talking to police is when there's no crime and obviously they can't shoot nobody. Cause they be so annoyed that you bothered them. They're like, girl, ain't no fucking homicide essential. We thought we was gonna get to shoot a fat bitch. Like, it was very much giving like, we don't get to be ultra violent. Hold up. This is a community care issue. This man is starving and is trying to steal food from people and calling the police. A customer service? Yeah, that's beyond our jurisdiction. Like, they literally heard both of us, but then they just was like, well, stay away from each other. like we was in class together or some shit. I'm looking at the police officer like, and I literally said to him, I was like, listen, I was like, you came really fast, and this man was lying. So I'm wondering, is there anything that we can do to talk about like what it looks like to maybe de-escalate? Because you're a whole police officer at my home because a man lied. I was like, don't you think that there should be more before y'all get dispatched to something like this? Like, there was never any point where, because he said that I stole the food. There's no evidence to support that other than his word. Like, what? I was like, what investigation did y'all do before y'all rang my buzzer? Like, shouldn't y'all have had to, like, talk to him and get the full story before y'all bothered me? I was like, I wasn't necessary. If you look at his phone, it says the food was delivered and he needed to get the pin. But it was delivered to the right place. The more to the story offers that he was being incompetent. He should not have called the police. Y'all should actually be giving him a fine. And that's when they were like, go in your house. That's when they were like, we've heard enough. That's when they were like, end scene. And then they got into their cop cars and left. And I was just fucking standing there like, and this is why the world is the way it is. Because like as soon as you talk to the people who have power to do any fucking thing, they'll be like, and we don't have any power. Have a good day. It was just the most fucking wildest thing that to have me tell a white man, oh, it's racism. And he's like, it seems like that's true. Like, it was just so crazy. Because he was just like, I gotta agree with you. Like, it is racism. I'm like, it is. But it was just, again, it was like, even though they all were like, yeah, we agree with you, they were like, gotta go, gotta blast. And they just left. And again, it's not like it wasn't lost on me what had happened. And as you heard, like I'm over here telling them like, bitch, what if I wasn't me? What if I wasn't in the right? What would you have done? But if I'm being super candid, I feel like the way the police officer approached me was very like curious. But I think it's because it was an insane thing that this white man had said. Like to say that I stole some food out of your hand. Bitch, first of all, that makes me look fatter than fuck. Like, I just feel like that's the thing. Like, when you're fat, people will really, like, will say things in a way to make you seem like the villain. And it's just like, once you say if that bitch stole some food, now I'm an evil bitch. Like, now I'm a demon. Like, come on. That just sets up the grounds for me to be disposable. And it's just very much like, oh, she's a thief? Oh, she stole? It's just like, and I'm like telling the cops, I'm like, you don't see how like this paints a picture of me and like made you come out here? Like, imagine I'm getting a record. I'm like, imagine I'm going to jail because this man lied. And he was like, well, if you want to file charges against him, you're going to have to call. And I'm like, I'm going to have to call? I'm like, file them now. This is a lie. They're like, bye. Now let that shit fucking flip. Let that shit fucking flip. Let me call the cops because a white man took his food. They gon' I don't even want to fucking go there, but it's just like, it's the way that they'll really be like, wait, we could be helpful? Hold on. This sounds like work. We're just used to killing people. Like, that's what it's really giving. Like, they were so disappointed that they had nothing to do other than browbeat and take down notes. I don't know, Mitch. Like, there's just moments where I think about how people think that you're, like, reasonable. I think about that shit. How, like, I'm telling you this story and it sounds insane. But these cops were really standing there as if like if my story didn't add up, or and it's like, bitch, I got a fucking fish sandwich from Burger King at 3 o'clock in the morning. Life's not going well. This wasn't a plan. And when I should be left alone to eat this big fish and 5 pies in the dark, I think it was 4 pies, but I'm gonna just keep going with the 5 because I wish it was 5. I fucking love those Hershey pies, but still, it's like, bitch. And I was just, ugh. It's something that I live in a place that like tries to be progressive. When I say tries, I just feel like they be doing a lot of stuff that other states are not up to, but it's the way the limit is so there. And it's the way that like even in the midst of like being like, hey, I see anti-blackness unfolding, they're like, what do you mean? Oh well. And meanwhile, people are talking about anti-blackness being louder and people being like, no. And it's like, no, it's not even that it's getting louder. It's like it's getting less, it's becoming less taboo to be openly anti-black. Like it's becoming very, very, very like the confident, outspoken racist, you know? It's so wild. Ugh. I don't know. Just like really sitting with like the reality that like whiteness is this. Ugh. It's just like instead of like sitting with like the reality, they'd rather like pander to like this idea of being erased. Like that's what's so strange to me about white supremacy at this point. It's like, what information do you have that shows you're being erased? They have data from like maybe 1/4's worth of DEI. And they think, oh, some black people were able to advance in this time. That's an attack. Bitch. I really do think that this year is going to be a really, really interesting one. Mainly because if you're a numerology girly, like this is year 9, like all the numbers add up to 9. And last year was year 8. 8s are mental. Like if you turn an 8 on its side, it looks like a brain. All 8s, I want to say, are connected to Aquarius. I could be wrong. It could be Aquarius. Could also be Virgo though. I could really be wrong. But I want to say Aquarius so damn bad. Could be Libra. I would not be surprised. But yeah, no, I know that year 8 is a mental year, and last year was definitely mentally draining as well. Like, definitely mentally draining. 9, though, 9 is the completion. Like, if you look at a 9, there's a spine and a head, and it's kind of like someone's mind being really full. Like, you have a lot of information, but you're also walking in it. Like it's beyond just having the information and being consumed by it. It's being able to actually do something about what the fuck you see. And then when you get to the 9s, you're dealing with the end of a portal because the 10 is a portal. The 10 is literally a person and a portal. So you're literally in between the ending and the beginning. And this year already feels like it. It feels like everything that I hear about on the news just scares me because it makes me think about how we're moving closer and closer. Just to, it seems like very like archaic Christian vibes. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you heal quickly. I hope you rest, truly. But yeah, no. Like we're in year 9, and so we'll have a lot of information, but we're going to be asked to carry it somewhere. It's definitely a physical year. Like last year, definitely felt like I could really sit with thoughts. This year feels like you gotta go, bitch. You gotta move. You gotta move. Dusty I'm crying. Like imagine coming to a 3-hour live to talk to someone you don't like, and his name is spelled Dayne. And I feel like we talked about this earlier, I think we actually had a whole segment where I talked about how like my partner supporting me after I was fired from my job on some racist shit. And so I've been just trying to, take care of myself. But it's okay if you don't support me or you don't like me or you think that I don't deserve support from partners or whatever. I don't care. Like, imagine me being protected by a partner that cares for me deeply and me being worried about like your perception of me. That'd be so terrible. Thankfully, I worry about how I see myself, and I know that like being in a relationship with someone who supports me is something I'm really grateful for. But I know that that's not like the only thing. Oh, I was actually like before Dane. You can't name a partner other than Christopher. I was single for 2 years. What do y'all want from me? Y'all want me to be single again? Tell me. What should I do? Tell me what I should do. I mean, I feel like, I'll say this. I think that at this point, I think that it's okay to like acknowledge that I've dated people who had narcissistic tendencies. I've dated mostly white people, so I don't know what kind of flex you think you're on right now, but I really wish you the best. I wish you the best. Because for someone to watch me for this long, you're a fan. And you're getting to talk to me. You're getting your dream. I don't know what else you want. You got my energy. I am pro-indigenous. Why can't I be pro-indigenous? How am I using his money? How is he being drained? Tell me more about how I'm harming him. I love it. Like low key, bitch. I live for when my number one fan comes up and it's like, I feel all these feelings. Oh no, he definitely did. He definitely did. Yeah, no. Like he's unfortunately depressed. His mom is a crackhead like mine. I've talked about this openly. I didn't joke about him being having SI. That's strange to say that. But again, I can tell you've been watching for a long time and you have your own ideas about who I am. I definitely didn't, but it's okay. You can keep saying whatever you want to say. Like I want you to just remember, you came here to talk to someone that you're not a fan of, but you have all this information that you've gathered while being a fan, and now you're trying to what? What do you think? You're gonna embarrass me because my partner has suicidal ideations? And I brought it up here because, again, if a man is having suicidal ideations and brings it to you in a certain type of way, it can be manipulative. You damn right I talked about it. I don't feel no shame neither. Some of us have been controlled by a man saying he was going to die or he was going to kill himself. He doesn't have a journal. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He doesn't even have a journal. That's even wilder. I'm the one that has all the journals. I'm the journaler in the family, not him. But no, again, I'm gonna just let you go. I'm gonna just let you go. Like again, if I'm supposed to be a narc, would I be embarrassed of you like exposing me? Like I'm just allowing you to say what it is that you feel you need to say. I'm offering you space. Are you done? You got it? You're very fucking invested in my relationship. That's fascinating. Listen, I'll post a GoFundMe right now. I've been out of work due to racism for a minute. It actually would make sense for me to have done that weeks ago. Like, honestly, I actually do need mutual aid support. Thank you for reminding me. Again, I mean this with so much love. I love the fuck out of myself. I love every decision I make. And if I don't love the decision, I'm sure at some point I'll share that I didn't love that decision. We definitely did break up. We definitely did. Yup. And got back. Are you mad about that? Got a lot of feelings about him. Whatever you say, because you're a part of my relationship. You know everything. You know it all. I'm glad we have you. Keeping the notes. Again, I watch a lot of content on narcissism, and I don't know if you're looking in a mirror right now, but You literally just derailed a whole public life. No, he didn't give me a house. We're both on this lease. How could he give me a house if we're both on the lease? And see, because I have no shame, I'm gonna divulge. Because again, I want y'all to see what it looks like to not be worried about a bitch talking about you. And I'm stretching because bitch, stretching is good for the body, bitch. I hope y'all stretch too. I've been here for a long time. I should have honestly did a stretch and wellness break. My bad for that. Well, low key, we should do a wellness break, but he is paying for everything. Certainly is. Certainly is, and I appreciate that. Now, as I was going to say, when you live in a when you're in a relationship with a man and you live with him, and some of y'all are not going to know about this, but 9 times out of motherfucking 10, you're going to be the one cooking. You're going to be the one doing a lot of things. And so, in my humblest opinion, I believe the very least this man can do is make sure that the groceries are bought so they can be cooked, right? And also, because I'm not a wife appliance, nor am I a happiness machine, he values me outside of what I can do. So we be eating out. I bought him lunch today. Why y'all trying to come for me? I bought him some lunch today. Like, I literally, like, took him out for lunch, like, every now and then. That's not pro-indigenous of me. He is a white passing indigenous person. Y'all need to relax. He literally has way more privilege than me. It's okay. He can pay for things. It's all right. Again, when you live in a house with a man, there are things that you're going to do in that house that I hope you've talked about beforehand. Because if me and Dan hadn't had a conversation in the last house, I don't know if we'd be good. But we definitely have figured out what works for us. Not he literally looks like me. Not he is white passing. I've had multiple black folk tell me that they thought he was white when they first seen him. Why would I lie about someone appearing white to people? What would I get from this? What would I get from that? People have told me they thought he was white. That's not what. How am I? I wish I understood. Now he looks like me. I'm crying. Listen, I'm enjoying this. I love a Q&A. I love you saying things that are not true so I can just like keep on talking about me. Honestly, like, I'm fucking crying right now. Like, this is so fun. Again, I feel like for the people that think I've never been single, I feel like that's what I wanted y'all to think. Like, I have no shame in saying that. Like, I really think, like, when you're fat, like, you really do think, like, it's going to be so much harder to find relationships. Then you realize being a fat bitch means motherfuckers target you for relationships because they know or they think that you're desperate. And some fat bitches are. I was a desperate fat bitch, so I'm speaking from my own fucking experience. But some of us are desperate to be loved, not because we're fat bitches. It could be that. It could be partly that. But 9 times out of 10, it's our family system. We're not getting enough love, so we're going to find it somewhere else. But yeah, no, my behavior is consistent with being neglected, being in foster care from 13 years old. Yeah, I've had some very codependent and wayward ways of connecting with people. I don't know why we have to try to employ shame as if that's going to change somebody. People aren't going to change off that. All right, okay. Would you like to pay for it? If you're not going to pay for the therapy, maybe leave me alone. Like, can you imagine trying to shame someone into getting therapy? You think that's how it's going to work? You think you're going to be able to bully somebody into doing something for themselves? Listen, you're the one who brought up narc, sweetie. You're the one who brought up narc. You're the one telling me my behavior. I am talking about the free therapy resources, but I'm trying to figure out how I have harmed you with me not going to therapy. I'm really trying to figure out like how you're harmed by me not getting therapy. And I'm also trying to figure out why you can't offer any coin, but you want to see me do better. It sounds like you actually want to judge me. When people want you to do better, they bring it to you with the spirit of wanting to support you. I know what it looks like. I know what it looks like when somebody wants to be supportive in bringing something. I've actually been cared for and loved many times. So you offering me what you're offering, I could tell that it's not love, it's not supportive, it's not kind, nor is it gentle. I really think you should rethink this. I don't think so, Dusty. I don't think so. And the fact that you will call yourself Dusty, that's tragic. I really hope that you do something fun tonight. Truly. Like I hope you eat some good food. You watch some people that bring you joy. I'm sure can you please do that tonight? Just like focus on people that make you happy on the internet. Cause this doesn't make sense to me. You've been watching for how long? You got all these facts wrong. And you trying to tell me I'm a harm doer? All right. I'll be that. I'll be that. That's fine. Like I just don't know what the point of this was. If it was an intervention, it was a poor one. You did a poor job at intervening on my behavior. But lucky for you, I'm always shifting and I'm always listening and trying to shift and transform, bitch. So lucky for you, you're not wrong. I got new ways to move, absolutely. But the way you approached, it could use some help. Listen, listen, Dusty is doing great. I'm happy that Dusty got that off their chest. I'm glad Dusty is free. Dusty said, I'm steady in a relationship and I'm causing a lot of harm. I hope Dusty feels good. I certainly do. Because honestly, like imagine still being loved when you bad. It make people so sick. I'm being so fucking for real. When you are being the worst version of yourself, imagine still being worthy of love. Imagine still being worthy of care and support when you're not being the best you. Imagine fucking it all up, losing another job, and somebody thinks I still am worth it all. Imagine. I don't have to. And I know that bothers some folk, but I would rather y'all think about who the fuck it is in your life that you can turn to that will show up for you when all is lost. My goodness, I'm not trying to go into a sermon, bitch. I'm not trying to catch it. But it's like, sweetie, do you know how fucking wild it is to have a white bitch cuss you out of your own job? Like, when I look back at that moment, I'm like, damn, bitch, I should have recorded, like, all these things in retrospect. Like, you never are ready for white supremacy to really show you it's time to get the fuck up out of here. And again, I'm surviving. Again, I'm thriving. Again, a man is supporting me. Thank God. You know how many of us could have used a man's support? I would never look down on the bitch for getting consistent support. That's great. I always needed it. And you did too, probably. Like, damn. I'm grateful that this relationshiping, definitely am. I say thank you every day for every meal I have, sure do, because it is an uncomfortable feeling. It is. But I'd rather talk about it. Bitch, I don't care about Dusty. You could have left her. You could have left her. She did not bother me. Because I know what it feels like to be loved when I'm not doing the right things. I know what it's like to be loved and still be worthy, even when other people might not think so. Even when people think it's worth it to try to like what go back and forth with me about my worth. Again, I think that I think I'm supported by enough people to know that, like, I have worth. And that someone not appreciating me or not fucking with me. Here's my thing though. They don't know all my tea. Like they're over here talking about I'm making fun of people's suicide attempt. Like that's fucking wild. Again, I do think that like there's desires to like, make me feel like shit sometimes. And I just really wonder what makes people think I don't feel like shit sometimes. Like that's the thing. But I think about my spirit and I was really doing some reading because I've been really just bitch, study your birth chart. That's all. That's one of my biggest advices. Study your birth chart because some of y'all don't even know. It's so much shit in there to unlock about why you do what you do. But one thing that I really started thinking about was how like I do anger people. Like that is a part of my birth chart, bitch. Like I hate to say that, but I started doing some reading into it and like I literally like on some like astrological shit. I do not work well with others. Like I literally feel like that's why my longest job has been literally me growing plant medicine and sharing information. Like I literally feel like the money that I've made the most is when I was my own fucking boss. Because let me work for somebody and then they're just posturing over me and trying to make it seem like I'm doing something when I'm just asking questions. Again, I'm autistic as fuck. I am annoying as fuck to people who are neurotypical. And even other neurodivergent people all don't fuck with each other. So again, I'm reading more into my birth chart because it's really giving me information that I really feel like I've been new, but it's just like, okay. Like I really do anger bitches. And I'm not saying that to be like, people are so jealous of me. It's more that like people be really sick that like I'm not dead. Like it's really sad to say this, but some people be really like, not this bitch surviving again, because that's all Dusty was saying. Oh, you talk about your exes, you're getting supported, and I don't like it. Like, what are you really saying? Like, what were they really trying to say? That I've got too much care? You've been cared for too much? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I'm sorry. I can't even like stretch my mind to think that person's been cared for too much. They've survived too much. Like I just can't even think about it like that. But again, I don't think that I'm a good person. I don't. And I think that unfortunately, one thing that I have to sit with is that some of us don't get the opportunity to be a good person. And I'm not saying that we don't get opportunities in the future, but I think some of us grow up in a situation where, bitch, the only option is left. And like it sucks. It sucks. But I think about like how like where I was raised, who raised me, who showed me what love wasn't, you know? It's like sometimes I really gotta just give myself a break because it's like, bitch, you literally was raised by a fucking crackhead. Like, you gotta just take a breath sometimes and remember like what was all going on in the 90s. You feel me? Like you ain't just come out here like this. I just feel like Dusty just showed me that like, people are always watching me and always willing to bring up things that I've shared. Like that's the thing that's funny to me. I shared it with you. I told you, like I said. But again, I do think about how like when a femme person says like, this man could be a op. How there will be some femme people, because we know that was a femme bitch. Let's be real. There'll be some femme people acting as if like, oh, oh, we don't know. It's like, girl, if Dame turns out to be a fucking op, what the fuck? I'm not supposed to say anything because of what? It's just laying the groundwork to be like, see, she's always talking about a man being a bad guy. Sweetie, is it really unbelievable at this point? But again, I recently saw this creator named Keita Rose. I used to really love her content, but she recently made a video being like, you can't trust all women and you can't trust all bitches. Like, there's bitches that hate you. And it's like, it made me think of that because it's like, there are people that really don't like my ass. And I don't want to say it's simply that I exist because that seems kind of like simplistic. But I do think that, like, I'm not willing to hold any more shame. And I think that will anger a lot of bitches because because that's the whole point of this. The whole point of all of the oppression is the cruelty, is the harm that it causes internally, externally. Bitch, if I'm literally trying to heal my inside, the outside is going to reflect. So with that being said, I think people know like there was definitely a time where I wasn't. worried about my insides. Real rotten, real stanky, real caustic. Absolutely. And I'm grateful that that bitch didn't stop there. I've lived long enough to know I love her because she knew she had to shift. She didn't know how, but she knew. She knew. I'm not trying to weaponize tears. I'm just saying, like, I'm just so grateful to be here. To like not look back at myself and like act like that bitch wasn't anything. Or act like she's worthy of being ashamed of. She did her fucking best. You know, I'm not about to punish her. She's been punished enough. Like she's been punished enough. She don't deserve no more harm. Like she literally tried her best, and I'm grateful that I got here with her. I'm grateful. I never want to divorce myself from where I came from because it took a long time to get here to feel comfortable enough to be honest about being shitty. So I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. I don't want to hide any parts of me that hurt because I know I'm not alone. I know that from my fucking core of my soul. The things that scare us the most are the things that probably unite the fuck out of us. And so yeah, like I've chosen the wrong motherfucker. The wrong motherfucker chose me. However you want to say it. Like yeah, I mean I got played before. Yeah, I played myself. Yeah. All that. I was wrong, and sometimes I was right and didn't know. Sometimes I was wrong as fuck and didn't even want to even consider it. I'm so grateful that I'm in a place now where I'm like, and I'm grateful that I'm even in a place to even go back and forth with somebody who clearly ain't got nothing nice to say to me. But again, it's not like I was trying to torture myself. It's just like I was just sitting here like, really, all this? Like, write me a letter at this point. Listen, harm in the body, it be coming out, and we be hearing it. And so I think that Dusty was being loud as fuck, and I was being genuine. I really do hope that Dusty has a good night, cause feeling all of those feelings, like feeling like motherfuckers is trying to harm the indigenous, like that is such a take. That is such a fucking take. But again, like the ways that like people will take your desires, your approach to life, like your opinion as like overall who you are, that's fine. Like I've released my fear of being seen as bad because I know I've released my fear of being bad because I know I can be bad. I know that I can do the worst things. I know I can be shitty. I know I can, change my mind about somebody. I know I can move real shady. Like I know I can do those things. I know I've tested those waters. I've definitely leaned in to see like what could I get what can I do? What can I get away with? I've definitely done that. And I think like at this point I'm just realizing like karma real as hell. Any hate, any hell you prepare for other people, you're going to get it back. Like and the worst part is like you won't even see it until you see it. You won't see it until you see it, and then it'll make you sick. So yeah, I am trying to move in a way so that in the future I can be proud of how the fuck I'm moving. And that's it. That's it. But yeah, no, again, I'm not trying to play anybody like I've changed or anything, bitch. I'm just trying to treat myself better so I know how to treat other people. We do. We do. We do. But again, as I said, like I feel like again, I think that like my partner supporting me financially is a blessing. I'm uncomfortable, sure. But at the same time, it's not like I haven't been cared for by a man before. But like I said, in the past, it's been awkward. I feel like at this point, I think me and Dan haven't had too many awkward moments, but it's not to say that there's none. I just think like at this point, I'm trying to be a little bit more mindful about how much I share because I've already told y'all I proposed to him. Like I'm literally trying to marry this man. So that's why it's funny to me whenever I hear like people talk about our relationship in any way because I'm just like, oh, okay. because I feel like I don't talk about him as much as I could, but I feel like, and I don't want to do too much, but I feel like he works night shift, right? So it's like I get the benefit in ways of like having the house to myself, which I like. But I feel like one thing I really hate is like us not getting to sleep together unless we sleep together in the afternoon, which I feel like totally throws off my schedule. So I feel like that's the only thing I really don't like about our relationship at this point is like our schedules. But at some point, like the bagel place is not going to be like so demanding, so he'll be able to do more. Um, No, people were definitely like saying that like because my partner was white that I like should be good, and like totally forgetting that like my white partner was literally like made homeless with me by his family. That was his only support system. He didn't have support beyond his family, and so when we became homeless, it was like, hey, internet, the racism has affected me and a white man. And I'll be real with you, like me and Christopher, our homeless adventures was crazy as fuck. Like I'm gonna be real with you, like I can't, I can't believe that like there was so much money raised to keep us alive, and it never. You know what? I hate thinking like that. I'm such a fucking Capricorn because like there's a part of me that's like, so many people supported us. Like, why didn't we make it? And it's like, if I'm being candid, I feel like after his mom and after his white ass family was racist towards us, because it wasn't just his mom, but after all the racism, like it was very clear that like this is like such a wild thing to even fucking say. This sentence probably sounds insane, but most white people don't never get removed from their housing, like unless they're like gay or trans. Walk with me here. A white cis man who just graduated like with his master's, supported completely financially by his mother through school, wasn't expecting to be homeless ever. And so him choosing me, and like I don't want to relive this for real, but like his mother was angry because I was sick and I was supposed to go for the weekend to this thing, and his mother was so upset. She was like, I thought you were leaving. She was so angry that I was sick and couldn't go to someone else's home. And I'm like, the fuck? And so as she's like literally berating me at the table. I'm like looking like microwave death. I look like shit. And she's dragging the fucking shit out of me. And then like he doesn't even say anything. Christopher doesn't say a word. Christopher's just in the bedroom packing our shit. I'm getting berated by this ugly ass white bitch. He's packing up all of our fucking shit. I had no time to fucking think about anything. That same day, someone asked me if I could, help them find some plant medicine. And I'm like, yes, immediately. Because I'm like in a van with a white man driving north, not sure where the fuck we're going. He doesn't know shit about the fucking top of the state. He's never left Ohio for real. So if I'm being candid with you, like I'm like in a van with a white man who just got fucking evicted from his housing because his mother was being racist. Like it's not like they were kicking us out. Like his mom, like I feel like at first his mom was just like content to just like be shitty to me. And then I started dragging her back because I'm just like, you're not about to fucking just drag me. I was like, bitch, I'm sick. I was so angry. I was like, bitch, how dare you? And before like I even knew it, like she's like screaming about how she wants Christopher to drop me off in Detroit. And I'm in Ohio with his family in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like we're by Adrian, Michigan at that point. So if you look up Adrian, Michigan, that was an hour away from where we were at. We were in Defiance, Ohio. She literally told her son to put me in a car against my will and drop me off like a fucking dog. And so at that point, he's packing up the car. And I'm just like, wow, And you know what's even funnier? Is like in the end, he ended up dropping me off in Michigan like a dog. Got a 5 bedroom house. I'm sorry, but like, if you, I just can't even imagine going through that and not like ever being like, yo, are you good? But I've never spoken to him again. And that's fine. But again, like I do get upset about thinking about that, thinking about how so many people were like so many people in interracial relationships, like with white partners, were like, we want to help you, we want to help you, and it's like we needed a house. Like we did not need all that money. And I hate to say that in retrospect, but like we needed fucking housing. And I don't think he knew where to go. I was scared. And like at some point, if I'm being super candid, I feel like we started thinking it was better to just stay in the van and go to hotels because like what the fuck? Like where are we gonna live? Like it's like who's gonna let us move in there? We're like living in a van. Like I'm just like I don't know. Like it just like it started to feel like what could we do other than stay in a fucking travel lodge or some shit, staying in like a little 80 $60 room a night. Like what else could we do? But I didn't drive, and at that point like the business became like all we were doing, and he never got a job. And there were moments where I was trying to get him to get a job so we could get out of fucking living in hotels, and his energy was just kind of like traumatized. And that's why I'm saying like I feel like he had no idea what to do next, because as far as he's concerned, his entire family just like just abandoned him for me. Like he literally left his family to be with me seemingly. And if I'm being honest with you, I want to say like 3 months earlier, I told him I think I want to break up. Like I was like, I don't think this is for me. Um, Probably. But that's the thing though. It's like asking for mutual aid is not a bad thing. Like I need y'all to know that. Like telling people about your situation being fucked up, like it's never bad. And I really hope that y'all know that. Like from the bottom of y'all fucking heart, like there are people out there who are not down bad, like that actually do give a fuck. Like I have a friend who every now and then like will reach out to me. I had someone from the chat one time send me $1,000 because they had just gotten they got their disability. Like a lot of girlies just got their disability checks, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there are people out there that have supported me, have done fucking amazingly nice things for me. And again, all I did was just come on here and talk. So I'm not trying to be delusional and make it seem like everybody can just put their life on the internet and like get support. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I had no plan. I just turned on a camera and just started talking to y'all. I didn't know if it was gonna work out. And now at this point, it just feels like everybody gets some time to be visible online. Like the whole idea of like everybody will get 15 minutes of fame does feel real. No, it's true. Like, yeah, no, we definitely had two different trauma responses. And again, like me calling him a narc, like that was how I felt at the time. I feel like now when I think back to Christopher, I just feel like I don't think they knew what the fuck to do. Like, I think like they fell in love with somebody not white for the first time and then lost everything. That's a cautionary tale, right? That makes you never want to step out of whiteness again, right? And the way his mom was when her first white grandbaby came, and the way her ugly ass kept saying, "I don't want Courtney to have a baby." Like it's the way that like she was such an evil villain. Like she would be telling me all types of nasty shit with her little ugly Scorpio self. No shade to any Scorpios, no shade. But she was just one of those Scorpios who just delights in misery. I mean no shade when I say that, but there was just something that you could just tell she was so happy to say it out loud, that she didn't want this woman who was disabled to carry her grandbaby. And I'm looking at her like, your son Earl is ugly as fuck. The fact that a bitch would even open her pussy up to him and accept his dick is crazy. To take his nut and grow something from that, what a feat that this bitch is attempting. The way your genes are hitting, and again, could I say this shit at the time? Fuck no, this bitch my fucking landlord and my mother-in-law damn near. I be sitting on the back porch disassociating, bitch, scared of her. She was a scary bitch. Like, I ain't never heard nobody say that she ain't want somebody to have a baby. Sweetie, that has nothing to do with you. Ew. Why are you trying to fucking, why are you trying to control people sperms and ovums and shit? You are weird. And then on top of it, her son married to this bitch for like 5 years. 5 years? And she been wanting the baby. Been waiting because this bitch being shitty. Then she have the baby. Now the bitch hugging up on the baby. I wanted to beat her ass. And I told, you know what? And when I fucking left, I said, Courtney, don't let her touch the baby. She ain't listen to me, but that's fine. I don't give a fuck, really. But my energy was just like, why would you want someone to touch your baby when they were plotting on your child? Like they were plotting on your whole fucking family. And I would, like, if I had, God forbid, me and Christopher had a child, sweetie, she would be known as Eustace. I would show her Courage the Cowardly Dog and say, look at Eustace. Yep, she lives in Ohio. Mm-hmm. This is her show. Mm-hmm. Her grandbaby would call her Eustace. If the grandbaby ever had to be in her fucking presence, I swear to you. The way I would tell that baby her name was motherfucking everything but what the fuck her name is, that baby will be calling her cigarette, tooth, refrigerator, swear. That baby's second word would be cigarette and be talking to her shit with a fucking good heart, swear. Fuck her. For life, I swear, I speak nothing but hate on this bitch name. She's really a dookie ass bitch. Like, that's a dookie bitch. Like, can you imagine your boyfriend mama talking shit about the daughter-in-law? Like, they're married in, bitch. What's wrong with you? These feelings should have been tabled 7 years ago. But yeah, no, I really don't feel no shame about being homeless and being candid about it. Because 9 times out of motherfucking 10, bitch, like the people that be feeling some type of way, they're the people that don't know nothing about homelessness. And I'm grateful. I'm not one of those people that feels like everybody got to experience trauma to get it. Some of y'all really shouldn't get it. It should never be felt. Homelessness should never be felt, bitch. The same way Nicki Minaj says broke people should never laugh. Homelessness should never be felt. It should never be felt. It's a terrible feeling, bitch. It's an awful fucking feeling. And it forces the mind to really have to stretch to imagine so many other possibilities. Because there's no way the circumstances you're around are inspiring you, bitch. They're not. They're stressing you out. They're scaring you. And so, with that being said, like, I'm sure Christopher's traumatized for life. Me too. Me too. There's something about riding around in a van with a bunch of mushrooms hoping you can sell them to get food. Yeah, that's crazy. It's a crazy feeling. But again, I don't feel shame for that. I feel grateful that I lived to tell the tale, bitch. Like, I really feel like an old pirate barnacle ass bitch. Like, I really feel like I have lived a couple motherfucking lives and I could tell you a couple things not to fucking do next time. And you don't have to fucking listen to me, but I promise you, bitch, I wouldn't bother you. I would not bother you if it wasn't some shit to say. But it's no need to feel shame for being poor, bitch. 9 times out of 10, bitch, you're probably like one medical emergency. Bitch, also sidebar, Adrian Expression, I'm not sure if anybody follows them. They're actually in the hospital right now. They had to go to the ER. If anybody can uplift Adrian Expression, they need a post with their information, their pay links. I'm so sorry I don't have them with me. I did screenshot, so I will be sharing it in my Instagram. And my Instagram name is Nine Said, so just like on here, NINESSAID. But yeah, if we could just do some check-ins on excuse me, Adrian Expression. They are an amazing content creator. They're a Black queer person in Atlanta. And again, they just had a medical emergency, which made me think about it when I said what I said. Because I'm like, hold on. It is. It is. Exactly, exactly. And again, I'm not trying to say that you don't always know when it's the right time to ask for help, because some of y'all really ain't never had it. Why the fuck would you know? Like, please, I pray y'all give yourselves a break for not knowing what to do. Like, that's normal. Like, that's a part of being human, is not knowing. But also, mutual aid is part of being human too. I would not be here alive today if I never told y'all how bad I was. And there's just no way I get here and I'm silently experiencing what I did, what I went through. There's no way that I go through any of this and I stay quiet and I get over here. Like there's no way. And so that's why I can't feel too much shame for how I was behaving in the past. Yes, I can look back and say, damn, that was, I was down bad. For sure. I can acknowledge that the behavior was not correct and that wasn't how I wanted to behave, but how I was thinking was behaving made sense. I thought it made sense. And I I take pride in acknowledging I was wrong. Like that's where my pride is. Like that shit was whack. That was not cool. That wasn't how I want to be. And so I think about how like some of us are really trapped in our own mind, thinking we gotta stay true to who the fuck we don't want to be no more, or stay true to behavior that isn't aligning with who the fuck we are. So, and I said this on my Tumblr like a few years ago. I was like, I don't think I'm supposed to be like a rude, shady, stanky, quick to be like really caustic. Like I don't think I'm supposed to be like this, but I'm really gonna work on that. And I'm so grateful I have been. But I know that some people will really hear that you're planning for peace and be like feeling away because they think you should be at war with yourself still. You should be hurting still. I'm not. I'm hurting about some things, sure, but I'm healing. And I think that that's a beautiful thing. But I also think, like, one thing I want folks to get comfortable with is some people that have hurt you are going to fucking heal. And I don't say that as a threat, but some people are scared of that reality. Like, some of us have been harmed by people who will heal. They will. And maybe healing doesn't involve us. I'm not saying it shouldn't. I'm just saying that like some of us have done things that we gotta at some point say, damn, where the fuck was I at? And then also acknowledge why you were there. Be real with yourself. Like, damn, how are we gonna all be right all the time? That sounds crazy as hell. That sounds like a lot to be putting on yourself. Please don't. We're going to fuck up. But when we fuck up, how do we say we fucked up? How do we honor that reality with ourselves? That's why I've been telling y'all, talk to yourself in the mirror. You have a lot to say to yourself. It's so wild sometimes how free I get talking to myself in the mirror and how playful and fun I can become just by talking to me about me. And so again, if somebody says something I did and they don't like it, that's real as fuck. I might not have liked it either. I feel like that's a beautiful place to be mentally. But again, I've been studying my birth chart. I'm telling y'all, please study y'all birth chart. Study the houses. You don't gotta study it for real, for real. Just find out what house is doing what. You feel me? Some of y'all got mad shit going on in your ninth house. Some of y'all got mad shit going on in your third house. Some of y'all got mad shit going on in all the houses. Some of y'all do. And they mean something different. Like I just did some more research on my fucking on my ninth house stellium and found out that I'm like, because I'm born the first week of December, I'm the first deacon of Capricorn, meaning I have the heaviest influence of Jupiter, Sagittarius in my chart. Because I'd be feeling like, damn, my Sag Moon and my Sag Mars is so loud. And I've been trying to figure out, like, why am I so Sagittarius? Like, why do I feel like I'm so Sag? And then I found out the ninth house is ruled by Sagittarius. My Capricorn stellium is in the house of Sagittarius. That is why I feel so comfortable in Sagittarian energy, because I feel like these motherfuckers is thinking outside the box. They going a little deeper with their knowledge. But not all of them, bitch. I've been around some Sages that, oh my God. 2 Sages recently had me like, whoa. But that's just one part of their chart, right? Sag Sun don't really tell me too much, but I was definitely curious. Now I'm like, damn, now I realize how like somebody birth chart actually can give you a lot of tea, bitch. Like if someone really like got into my birth chart, they'd be able to like, because my shit is really funny. Like my look to freedom, exactly. But my birth chart literally said like It literally said that I don't like to work, and I was fucking dying laughing. It was like, this Capricorn does not believe that like hard work will get you what you need to get, and I was like, that is very true. Like, I truly don't believe in hard work. I know some people don't want to hear that. That's fine, but I want to be super candid that like when you're privileged, like that's not a thing that is happening. Like I think about people telling me things like I think about people telling me that they live with family members who like watch them struggle, and I think about how as soon as my mom didn't drive me to college when she had a car, I cut her ass off. I'm not saying that like that was the right thing to do, but in my mind, I'm just like, fuck her. Like, I feel like the lack of empathy I had in my life allowed me to get away from people who were not meaning me well. It also meant that I couldn't really connect deeply with people who were meaning me well, which was a double-edged sword. Like, I wasn't able to really go deep with anybody because I really didn't trust no fucking body, bitch. Like, when your old mama betrays you, bitch, you're not gonna trust every motherfucking body, bitch. Like wait, where I came from was a op. Oh, I came from an op house, a op womb. Yeah, bitch, it's gonna be real hard for you to make friends, and it's not because you don't want to make friends, bitch. You've been betrayed several times intimately. So yeah. Anyways, but yeah, no, it's a mess. It's definitely a mess. There's way too much going on. But yeah, the only time, all the time, right? Yeah, right, right. And that's the thing too. It's like I do not think that I would have been able to exist fully if I never was able to be candid about like how fucked up things were. Like there are people that reach out to me all the time and talk about being in foster care because they know that I've been in foster care. Like there's people that I've been able to be closer with because I was honest about being abused by my fucking white passing mama. Like there are a lot of black women who have talked to me about their light skinned mothers and how demonic a light skinned mama could be. Like I just want to be candid that like the more you break silence about things that you be doing or things that you heard or things that, just don't sit right with you. Like you'll find that there's people that feel the same damn way, and I'm grateful as hell. Like my algorithm, because of my own content, is delicious. I have nothing but women of color, especially black women, who are extremely opinionated about anti-blackness in this way that is just so refreshing because they're young as fuck and they're so candid. And it's like, wow, like I don't remember seeing this. I remember a lot of black women telling me that they were scared to make this kind of content. I remember a lot of black women being worried to be seen as the woman who was talking about race too much. And now there are black teenagers with YouTube channels who are being very candid about anti-blackness from the lens of someone that's been alive for the past 18 to 25 years who's been seeing it as a child. Like there's valuable information coming from the internet, and it's so fascinating to see like fascism roll out and try to silence all these fucking apps. Wow. Mm-mm. Not demonic like skin mother. That might actually be some good content, honestly. Maybe not though. Like I feel like I say that as a light skinned person, but like I feel like when I think about it more, I'm just like, I feel like honestly, before even creating content like that, I would dead ask me to see the writer and the producer. Like I'd want to see who's creating that. Because there's some people I don't want. Like I feel like if Tyler Perry made that, I'd be so terrified. I'd be so terrified. Can you imagine Cora? Can you imagine Cora up there? I just see it going left in Tyler Perry's hands. That's all I'm gonna say. Low key, this is unrelated to literally everything that's happening right now. But fucking Tyler Perry has a play called What's Done in the Dark, and there's one of my favorite. It's one that is he even in it? He is he in it? Yeah, he is in it. He is in it. There's a scene where Cora and uh Medea go, sit down to get some food, and then she ends up trying to shoot this man. She ends up trying to shoot the waiter. Wait, are we okay? Hear me out. There's two of them, and I'm blinking. One of them is in a hospital, the other one is in a hotel. And I'm trying to remember because I feel like the what's done in the dark is the hospital one. I think. I don't know, bitch. What's done in the dark is the hospital. The hospital one. That's my favorite one, bitch. That is my favorite one. The deep dark skinned nurse that be singing, bitch. Oh my god, she be killing it. Also, bitch, I just feel like if we're gonna have someone be foolish, can it just be Mr. Brown? The class reunion. You're right. You're right. I like that one too, though, Loki. I certainly do. Mmm. Not the backyard. I know Tyler is a fucking billionaire, bitch. Gotta be by now. Gotta be by now. My God. My God. That is wild. It's wild. I know that he created a new series. Did anybody watch that new movie that he did? I think it was called like the. Damn, I don't want to fuck it up. It's called like the two. The two triple 6 8. Diatra, yes, thank you. She really did eat it. She really ate up that whole performance. I literally only watch for her songs. And also, for Calvin, for little Calvin, because his storyline crazy as hell. Fuck Calvin Sr. That's how much I fucking love that play, bitch. Fuck Calvin Sr. for life. Oh my God. But also that nurse that had gave her man chlamydia. Oh, she was diabolical. And Dr. Harris with his green suit looking like a lizard. Honestly, that's my favorite. Low key, I showed Dane one of the Medea plays, and he was like, I was like, don't judge me. And he was like, I'm not judging you. I was like, I'm just saying, like, it's good. What? I was like, it's good. It's good. It is. Mr. Brown always kills me, bitch. He said, I be having a diet Kool-Aid or some sweet tea. Dr. Kool-Aid got two O's. That's Kool-Aid. Like, he's so fucking silly. I appreciate him. When I found out Tamla Mann was married to Mr. Brown, I was shook. I was very shook. Very shook. Like they really be making him look old. Like the makeup really worked. Hollywood magic. Like when I see Mr. Brown out of costume, I was like, okay, Cora. I was like, okay, okay. Cause he low key dumb strong, bitch. Like I be seeing him do all his muscle stuff. It be killing me, bitch. Cause I feel like he got a little belly, but he be doing the most. I never seen her go to jail, bitch. I'm screaming. Here's the thing. I found out about that randomly when I was living with this woman who was supposed to be my godmother. But then I found out she wasn't my godmother on some plot twist shit. I know. My life is fucking crazy. And so, anyways, but when I was living with her, she was like loving those. And like this was back when people had like tapes. And they was like, yo, you got that Medea tape? That shit's crazy, bitch. Remember the fucking Rugrats movie had the orange fucking cassette? Bitch, that shit was so cool. Ah. Mm-hmm. Bitch, I really wish. Damn. I'm so hurt that they really playing us. Like, I can't watch movies and videos with y'all. I really wonder where I could stream. Like, I'm gonna look into it, but I really do think it's gonna have to be a Discord, which is so annoying. But the bright side of that is like it's ad free because I'm pretty sure the lives have ad breaks in them. The orange cassette, yes. I'm so grateful. I'm just grateful that we got to live in that time. It feels so far away now. It really does. Technology is wild. Yo, also, I got a fucking humidifier bad as hell. Like, it's so dry in here, bitch. Like, it's not a game. Like, that's one little thing I really don't like about being up over here. It's like, this house is dry as hell. I feel like Tyler making a story of my life would be wild as fuck. I don't know where he would begin. I don't know where he would end. It will really depend on what chapter. It will really depend on what chapter, but I just feel like I'm just grateful. Like I'm just so grateful. Like I feel like my life is such a silly experience. You know, like I really feel like I've lived like every life, bitch. Like I was telling my friend last night, I was like, bitch, I used to live with a woman who took me to governor's balls and shit. Like I used to fucking live in a fucking $1 million house on a new street in Connecticut that was built by a black man who was extremely proud and was one of the coolest men I had ever met as a child. And it's wild, but like I've also lived in a place where a woman had told the state she could take as many babies as they'll give her. And so they gave her all the babies they could. And it's the way she would use the older foster kids to care for the younger foster kids. And I remember one day I'll never forget this. She would be reusing styrofoam plates with the kids. Like the older kids didn't have to do that. But the little babies, she would just have us wipe off the fucking styrofoam plate. And it's like it's still like there's hot food. Like it's like this plate is like done. But she would really be like washing styrofoam plates. I'm saying it like she would be washing them. We would be washing them, the kids. And I remember I would throw them away and she'd get mad. But I'm like, bitch, it got burn marks and shit on it. She would have them drinking out of fucking old pudding cups. She didn't even have no cups for the babies. I'm telling you, I've lived so many lives. Like, I've lived with, women who were single who wanted to take a foster kid in to make a little check. Because that's what some people do. They take foster kids in and they treat them like pets or slaves or both. So that's why, like, I feel like I was always going to be a radical person because I would like high key, bitch. I don't want to do too much, but foster care is honestly a legal child trade. And I've lived with some people that I knew for a fact, just like my mama saw me. I was a check. And so I'm glad the birth rate declining, bitch. I'm glad people not having kids. I'm so glad because the amount of neglect that's going on, the amount of money not going to the right places, and then on top of it, you see the price of everything. It's so much harder now. I shudder to think about how some of these folk are living in foster care because I've lived places where people was telling me that. I remember the coolest bitch I ever lived with. I talked to her before. Her name was Snelvis. And this bitch she would get the check and tell us exactly how much she got and give us some money. And she slept on the floor, bitch. Like, that's how many kids she had in her house. She did not have her own bed. So I just want to be candid. Yeah, I'm going to let a man take care of me for a couple months when I get on my feet. Sure am. Sure am, bitch. And I'm not saying he got to pay for my motherfucking childhood. But it's like, I know what it's like to struggle. I don't think I need to do that anymore. I think I've struggled enough, and I feel like that about everybody and everything. Like, I think it's really hard to know when you've had enough. I feel like that's a really triggering thing to think about for some of us. Like, knowing we've had enough, we don't really have it to go do no more, and yet we can't know what's coming. And so I'm gonna always take the softest option. I'm gonna always take the gentle option. I'm gonna always take the option that's going to allow me to repair myself in the time I need to repair. And I feel like if you've been watching the channel for long enough, it clearly been working for me, right? Clearly, at this point, it's clearly been working. I've clearly known, what to say when I needed to say it, when to take time away, when to come back. I'm really proud of myself. And again, for everybody that keeps on saying I've never been single, after Christopher, we broke up in 2022. I was single from 2022 to like 2024-ish. Me and Dane met in July. Just for the timeline girlies. Like, I was single for a little bit. Absolutely was. And was still fucking. Still trying to find a boo-boo. Sure was. I don't see the crime. But I already know, like, based on how my fucking life was going as a child, I already knew from young. You could get discarded, you could just be lost and kicked out and destroyed, but you could also be rebuilt. And I think some people don't want to think about what the rebuild looks like, but I'm in the middle of it. And I'm gonna take whatever I can get. Sure am. I'm gonna take all the help I can get. And again, hold space for being triggered by that statement or that sentence. Not all of us can say, I'm gonna get it all and know for a fact that that's what the fuck we mean. It's not easy to get here. I felt a lot of shame in my life. I felt like shit. I felt like I didn't deserve this or that. Sure did. I don't feel that way anymore. I feel like I deserved everything I've got. And I think I deserve more too. And again, if you're triggered, hold that and ask yourself, why the fuck don't you feel that? And sit with that. It's not anybody's fault. It's not anybody's fault if you feel like they got too much. That's a personal problem. That means you might be getting too little. You should check in with yourself. I swear, like some people be triggered and be telling on themselves, you are not getting enough. That's why you're worried about my plate. You worried about my famous bowl. I told them put 2 pieces of chicken on there. I said 2 scoops of chicken, please, and extra corn and gravy. That's what I like. So yeah, I'm gonna always look for the empathetic souls. I'm gonna always look for the people that are community minded that want to shift. But am I gonna always have more resources than somebody else? No. But am I gonna beat myself up? Fuck no. Again, I know some people really hate to see a bitch, take the easy way, but that's what I'm gonna always do. I want y'all to know that I'm gonna always take the way that leaves me, still able to do what I need to do. I'm gonna always choose the way that is gonna leave me the most intact. And again, another thing that I read in my birth chart reading was that I need a lot of time to recharge, and it's so true. It's like I literally need mad time to read. Like there are times where I'm just really lost in so many books and articles. And I love that about myself. Like I was telling Dane, I was like, I really don't think I'm supposed to be available. Like I really think I'm supposed to be like in in a cabin in the woods type shit. Like I really don't think I'm supposed to be someone that you just find in nature. Like I think I'm supposed to be someone you stumble upon because you smelled like some good smell from my cottage. You feel me? And so with that being said, like just reading in my chart that it said like I require a lot of like time to myself. So I require a lot of time to learn. Like I'm like in the ninth house, you're so caught up with like spirituality and learning about like higher power and personal power and Sagittarius, Jupiterian energy. And again, like I think that is, why again I'm gonna trigger people who feel like, especially fat femmes, should be out here grinding. I don't feel like that. I'm never gonna grind. And I know some people again are gonna be triggered by that, are gonna feel like that's a reason to bully me. But again, ask yourself why the fuck anybody has to grind? Just ask yourself, if it's because you had to, then why do you think other people should have to live your life too? That's strange. I don't think anyone has to be like me. In fact, I don't know how anyone else could. Like, I honestly think about how my life has really allowed me to be free in the ways I needed to be. Like, getting away from my mom at 13, like, I clearly needed to get the fuck away from her. I needed that so badly. Even though living where I was living in foster care was not ideal, I needed to be away from her. She was way too violent to be around me. and knowing what I know now, I was triggering her. Like, she was very upset that she was white passing. Like, that's her trauma, dude. And so when I think about it, like, yeah, I've really like seen a lot, heard a lot, experienced a lot, but I don't know. I just feel like I'm at a point now where I just see that I'm on such a I'm being offered so much. The universe really has busted this pussy wide open for me. And so I'm not about to look at in its clitoris. I'm not about to look the universe in its clitoris. I'm just gonna and pat the pum pum because at the end of the motherfucking day, bitch, like, sweetie, I could have died like 15 times at least. At least. I fucked around and I found out and I lived to tell the tale. I'm not gonna feel bad about that, you know? Again, do I feel great about the ways I used to talk to people on here? No. No, I don't. And honestly, when I really think about my behavior early on, I'm surprised anybody still fucks with me, to be super candid. Like there were definitely times where I was really bugging the fuck out. And I'm not deleting those videos. I did that. And that's the thing, my mom really wished that she was at least melanated. Like you could tell. Like the way, like in retrospect, like my mom really wishes she looked like me, bitch. That's why she was so mean to me, bitch. It's so crazy. Like she literally scoffs at me when I talk about anti-blackness. Like she's just like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, what's that? Like, and it's so bizarre. But I think in her mind, she thinks like if she was just brown, like her life would have been better. Not realizing like, bitch, like, don't you see me? Like my life is crazy as fuck. Like, and you're not helping. Like my mom went back home. My grandparents helped her. Like I remember my grandparents helping her. I remember people helping her. And my mom just, you know, she's doing her own thing though. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I also think like my mom like fetishizes black men, and I don't think that she realizes that like people are allowed to be like weirded out by your desires. Like I think like I used to feel a way when people would talk about me like fucking with white people, but then I had to also hold that like that's actually really valid. Like I feel like someone like when someone like I feel like Meryl Streep you brought up like oh fucking Christopher like people not wanting to support me financially because my partner was white. Like, if I'm being super candid, like there were so many people that I truly believe because they had white partners did help. And so for anybody that like was like, oh, why do you need help here with a white man? Like, honestly, like you're not crazy. Like I don't get me wrong, in the moment I couldn't appreciate that. I'll be real. In the moment, I couldn't appreciate it, but in retrospect, sure. Like in the moment, like I can understand someone being like, "You have a white person around you with a master's degree." Like, don't get me wrong. In retrospect, it's insane that we were ever homeless for as long as we were, because like he could have leveraged his privilege. But at the same time, I say that as if like he's like me. Like the whole time I'm homeless, I'm trying to get money. The whole time he's homeless, he's like disassociating and like not doing well and drinking energy drinks and not doing anything. Like drinking energy drinks and sitting down. Like not doing a damn thing but scrolling on a phone. Like, don't get me wrong, did he help with the business? Absolutely did. Could not have done it without him. But the downtime he had was not spent doing anything other than relaxing. And he had a lot of downtime. Like I want to say like business hours, like him working for my business. I want to say we worked for like maybe 6 hours, maybe every other day. And when I say work, I mean like picking up weed, putting it in bags, and you know, it's like, is that like I'm not saying it's not work, but I'm saying like cumulative, like all like in a week, maybe 20 hours. And that's like again, that like I'm naming what I was doing. Like he's going to the dispensary. Like I'm not saying like he had no hands on, but it's like you're doing Food deliveries. And like, granted, like, you're benefiting. You're surviving through this. You have food every night. You have things that you want to eat. You have clothes on your back. Like, we're surviving. But again, like, I don't think that like he was good. And I feel like at some point I just was like, bro, I gotta get out of this. Cause it's like I'm trying to get the fuck out of this hotel room. I'm trying to not be fucking homeless anymore. And I just don't think he ever saw like how to get out of it. And me neither. But I knew I couldn't do it with him anymore. I was like, I don't think we could be together anymore because it's really giving like you've checked the fuck out. And at the time, I felt like that was some narcissistic ass shit. I really did. I felt like he was like giving up on being present. I felt alone, felt isolated as fuck. And so, yeah, after that, I was single as fuck for 2 years because I was like, bro, I was just homeless with a white man on the internet for mad years during the fucking pandemic. Like, that's the other thing. It was 2020 when I was homeless with Christopher. We were homeless for 2 years together. Like, there was a lot of things that happened in that time, but it's insane to think about like living in a bunch of different places during a fucking lockdown, but that's where we were. Oh, I appreciate you for sharing. I mean, Chris is neurodivergent, but I think like he was trying to figure out if he was autistic or not, you feel me? And so there were a lot of layers to it, but I also want to just be candid that like I think it's valid to be like, why is a white person allowing you to struggle? Like I get that like not every white person has access, but there's a part of me that feels like he could have reached out to his brother. He could have reached like it's not like there was nobody he knew without money. He had a sister. He could have reached out to her and said, hey, my family's racist. Our family's racist. Like, I just feel like at the end of the day, he let me do all the heavy lifting for asking for support. And so I think that, again, it felt like some narcissistic shit in the end to me because I'm just like, damn, like, do you not see how much I did? And you're just checked out. In retrospect, I now see that, like, he was traumatized and, like, I was compartmentalizing and I was wanting him to put away his emotions and I was being narcissistic in that. And so again, I don't want it to ever seem like I don't be thinking about the shit that I say or do. Like I do. Maybe not in the time frame that people would like, but I think that that's the thing about thinking deeply is like you never know when you're gonna fucking do it. And you also never know when the fuck is gonna hit you to even do it. Here's the thing. He had a master's degree, and I don't remember what it was in anymore, to be real with you. But I know that he finished his thesis and like finished everything like right when the pandemic had begun. Like he was actually graduating during the pandemic and didn't get a real graduation. So between me and you, like I think like his master's graduation being fucked over by COVID, I think made him like feel like he wasn't really accomplished in ways. I don't know, dude, but I just feel like he was very much like sucked into video games and was doing what he could do to help and support the business when he wanted to or when I asked him to be, but he never was like, oh, hey, like, let me try to help the business. Like, it's like at the end of the day, like, if I didn't post anything, I'd be fucking dead by now. Like, I'm gonna be so fucking for real. Like, plant medicine has kept me the fuck alive. Like, that's like literally why I'm still alive. Like, the GoFundMe's, the mutual aid posts have absolutely helped. I am not trying to play with anybody, but like consistently week to week, like, it is literally plant medicine. And I've been really thinking about like more seriously getting into like the grief doula space because I genuinely think that like there's just not enough access to mental health care. And I've been really supported online. Like there's so much out there. Like Chat GPT has been helping the girls too. Like there's just so much. And as that person was saying, coming to get therapy because I be hurting people. It's like, you know what? I need to get therapy because I be hurting myself. Like I'm not worried about other people when I'm trying to get therapy. But I also know that like we don't live in a world where like people consider that like, you know, you already know you fucked up. Like you already know. But we do live in a world where people want us to constantly be considering that we could be feeling a little bit more shame, a little bit more terrible. I mean, but here's my thing: the fact that I had to start selling mushrooms to fucking not die in a van with a white man who has a master's degree, and his ass is literally trying to figure out, like, how to stay lucid. Like, I really hate to say this, but like for people that have never been homeless, like, I don't know, I don't remember at this point what the first time is like anymore. But I like to think that, like, it doesn't matter what time it was. Like, I like to think that, like, that panic of, like, knowing you have to leave, knowing you don't know where to go, knowing that, like, danger could soon be following that person wanting you out. Like, it's a lot. And, like, the way she was talking, the way she was telling him to drop me off like a dog. And again, I'm sick. So I wasn't in my right frame of mind either. And so when I'm screaming at her, I'm not thinking shit. I'm just going off on her. Because I'm finally like, fuck it. Like, she wants to drag me while I'm sick. Fuck her. But again, like, just the ways that, like, I don't think Christopher was good. And I still don't think he's good. Like, even with a whole motherfucking 5-bedroom house that his mama bought him, I still don't think he's good. And I think she only bought the house because he finally dropped me off like a dog in Michigan. But it's okay. Because if I'm being candid, he didn't really drop me off like a dog. I feel like I'm being super dramatic. I feel like I told him straight up, I was like, I don't want to be with you anymore. Like, this is not for me. And I was very angry. And I just feel like in the end, he didn't fight it. And I was grateful. I'm crying. I mean, he really didn't know. But again, like, he had a master's degree. He could get a fucking job somewhere. Like I feel like at the end of the day, I think it's just safe to say that Christopher didn't love me. I think that like, I hate to say this, but, like, one thing about these Midwestern men that I'm meeting, a lot of them haven't gone anywhere. And so I hate to say this, but I really hate to say this, but I would not be surprised if Christopher thought about our homelessness time as, like, some coming of age, I'm gonna be 30 profound moment, because he was like 28 when I was like 30 something. Like, he was late 20s, I was early 30s. So, like, I genuinely do think that he thinks about his time with me. And I hate that, but I think that that's how it be sometimes when you fuck with a white man. Like, they be treating, like, the time with you like some vignette, some phase that elevated them. And I just think that, like, I hate to say this, but I think, like, once he got that house from his mom, I think he went back into trying to be who he was before. But I think that because his mom pays for everything now, which there's also a tiny part of me that's like, I don't know. Like, this is gonna sound how it sounds, but I couldn't imagine him working. I know that's gonna sound fucked up. Like, I'm not trying to be fucked up, but I couldn't imagine him really working nowhere because, like, he really had this energy that was, like, very, like, defiant and very much like fuck, like, authority, which I loved about him. But that's why I can't see it, because I feel like the first time anybody does something crazy, like, he dipping, like, I just don't see him, like, being able to hang. And so, especially in this climate, and so I really wonder what he does for work or what he does. I did try to reach out to him, I'm not gonna lie, but he didn't respond back. He may have blocked me, which is fine. But I only reached out because I was feeling shady, and I was like, I really hope that 5-bedroom house is nice. Like, I really hope. But I was just being fucking, again, I was just being shady because, again, like, I feel like I really don't bother my exes, but something about him getting that house after I don't want to say discarding, because I feel like if I'm telling the story correctly, like, I told him I want to break up, but I feel like it was one of those breakups where it's like you have to break up with yourself. Like, it's like they're not gonna fight you on it. Like, there's nothing to fight for anymore. You're very much like you're literally caring for them. Like, I really felt like I was a mother. I told him straight up, I was like, I really feel like I'm your mom. Like, I feel like I'm caring for you like a baby. And he cried, but it's like, bitch, do something else. And I think that because, like, when we became homeless, I just immediately started thinking about, like, how to not die. I really think he started seeing me as like his protector, which sucks because again, like I think like we traded places. Like once he got me out of his mama house, I rushed to return the favor. I really think that's how it went down. It's like once he like packed all of our shit in the van, because I'm cussing his mom out. His mom's telling me that we need to leave. I'm dragging her, and like the moment is past, and I don't realize it because I'm finally telling her how I feel about her. And he's just packing the van. He's not even talking to me. So there's a part of me that feels like I think he was autopilot and I was going off. I wasn't thinking, and the next thing I know, we're driving north. Here's my thing. I feel like the house is hush money. Like I really feel like to make sure that like the baby, because like there's a grandbaby involved. So like I just feel like people act different when there's a new generation in town. Like even my mom trying to act like we cool now. It's funny as hell, but I just feel like I'm not cool with my mom. I'm just like trying to like be cute with her because I do want to see my niece. I'm gonna be real with you. That's the only reason why I'm being nice to her. Because I want to see the baby. I just want to say hello. That's it. I do not need to like be up all up in her life or nothing, but I just want to say hello at least one time. Um, That's true. You're right. You're right. And again, his own mom was mothering him in that house. Like I really always felt kind of like I was like annoying her by taking the one man that she had because her husband clearly hated her. Like it was sad. Like you ever just be around some white people and you could tell they hate each other, but they got to stay together for the mortgage and the pension and the 401k. You know what I mean? It's the alimony of it all. You know what I mean? Like you could tell they very much do not fuck with each other no more. Listen, his mama got a Scorpio stellium. She knows. Her Scorpio stellium ass knows how to fucking bring something back from the dead, I feel. And I don't think she realizes housing is so crazy that I'm sure he lying to fuck with her. You know what I mean? Of course. But here's the thing that I love. The way his mom like goes running and shit, and the way that she's like an ex ballerina, I can just tell that she's trying to like die first. Like I hate to say this, but I just feel like the way she pushes herself, I can just tell like she knows, like she do not want to take care of like the way she be moving. I can tell she don't want to take care of her husband at old age. Like you ever again, I know it's morbid, but I just feel like the way that she goes so hard in the gym exercising, like it just gives. And like this, you know what? I should probably trigger warn. I should probably fucking trigger warn at this point because I'm going in way deep. But like, I remember one time, like, fucking Christopher told me that like she complains to him about being alive a lot, and she's always upset about being alive. And it's like, isn't that so fascinating? Like, this bitch want to die so fucking bad, but she want to sentence people to death by kicking them out in the middle of a fucking pandemic to be homeless. At no point did she ever ask us to come back. At no point did she ever offer to help us find housing locally. At no point. She would send money every now and then to Christopher, and it would be funny as hell. It would be funny as fucking hell. Cause I'm just like, how do you kick people out your house and then you send them some money? That's not even enough to do nothing really. It was weird, but like I said, like she would just become she like I really think she had a very inappropriate relationship with Christopher, and it's like only until you get closer to a man, and that's another thing too, is like he also had a Scorpio stellium, I believe, or a Scorpio placement, a couple, but he was a Libra, and I just think like his energy was very much like I'm like I want to be softer, and like he did seem soft as fuck. But I could tell in retrospect, like his mom really wanted like her son to be her husband. Like she was very much that girl. She's the girl that like overshares with her son. Because in the end, I hate to say this, but I feel like out of both of the brothers, she hated Earl like and his wife, and you could tell. And you could tell that she really loved Christopher because he was the prettier son. And it's sick. It's really sick. But I could tell like she really just thought Earl and his wife were ugly and like didn't like them. And I feel like she hated me because I'm cute. And I feel like she was very mad that me and her cute son was having a cute little time. And I feel like she was very upset because I think like the ways that we talk to each other is how her and her husband would never speak to each other. The way that me and Christopher would be like planning to cook a meal together and sharing all the things. Like we had a very balanced relationship in so many ways. So when we became homeless, I feel like that obviously was trying to be alive, but I feel like at that point it's like we eating takeout every night. We going to McDonald's every night. Like, bitch, I had McDonald's for fucking 2 years straight, damn near. Like, I didn't eat no cooked food for fucking 2 years, damn near. I ate fucking out every damn day. Because when are you cooking in a motherfucking hotel? So it's the way that like this bitch impacted me on so many levels, and she literally had the nerve to be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get my son a 5 bedroom house." But yeah, no, like I said, she already told my ex that like she told my ex that she can't wait to die, and that she said that she hopes that she's a fucking weirdo. She was saying that she hoped that she died on her run, and I was like, what the fuck? Like she really was telling my ex like her son that she hopes she die in the middle of exercising. She hopes she die in the middle of doing something that she enjoyed doing, and I'm like, and to traumatize all these people, bitch. Like it's the way that she just was a very unhappy critter, and I just feel like she saw my fat ass smiling. Woo, her cigarette built ass was pissed. It's just something about being a fat bitch and having joy. Oh, some of the skinny girls are real sick. They're like, wait, how come you're like 3 times my size, but I like hate myself every day? And it's like, girly, I don't know how to help you. This is an Arby's. I wish I could help. All I got is motherfucking curly fries. You know what? Here's the thing. Like, Christopher did love on his mama in a way that like you would hope your son would love on you. Like she definitely like had a friendship with him that was clearly inappropriate from her perspective, like from her side. But I could tell like he was trying his best. But again, he had his own mental health issues, and his mama over here talking about her SI. And then on top of it, she over here, talking about, oh, I hope she over here fucking daydreaming about SI with her son. Of course, he's telling me, and I'm trying to fucking soothe his ass, but at the same time, I have to be candid with you. He had his own shit going on. So her talking like that, and he don't know what he about to do. He got a master's degree. He don't know what he want to do. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't think he was gonna work. And so I think like his mama buying him the house. If I'm being super candid, we're both neurodivergent, but I know how to mask better than him. I really feel like that's the only thing. I've had to mask. I've had to figure out how to be like neurotypical to survive. And he never has. Like he's really like his family has enough support to where like he can be living in that house and not have to work. I know that. So listen, I'm just grateful that I'm not there anymore. I'm grateful that this is a story from the past. Like that's all I got at this point. Like sometimes you guys, like you're gonna be with people, you're gonna be in relationships, you're gonna have all this tea, and you're gonna be so grateful that you get to just close that door, bitch. Honestly, like if anybody's dealing with a mean ass fucking mother-in-law to be, like you're just a girlfriend, she be mean to you, please get away. I don't care how good that relationship is. That woman is gonna be in his life forever, bitch. It's gonna get weird, bitch. I'm telling you, she gonna touch the babies. She gonna be around the babies. No, stop her. I've had too many fucking mean ass mamas around me to know, like, if the mama don't like you, get away. If the mama don't like you, just don't even do it. Don't do it. Especially, bitch, if the mama and the daddy don't like you, oh my god, bitch, like you're a warrior. Like, get away. Get away. It's so not worth it. No. Be around people that are nice to you. Just what you deserve. Anyways, I'm gonna go. I was supposed to go out tonight, but I ended up staying here and getting high. And my friend never texted me, which I'm slightly happy for, because it's giving like she chose like herself. I love that about our friendship. It's so low maintenance. It's very much like see you in a week, see you in a month. Who knows? You know what I mean? It's just a cute little friendship. I'm just hella grateful. Anyways, I'm gonna see y'all later. I'm glad we got to hang out for a long fucking time. Sometimes the lives be short, but this one was long as fuck. I love you too. I hope you have a good night. Thank you, Meryl Streep. Thank you as always. Queen of the Clouds. Love that you were talking more this time. We love to see you. There are so many folks who commented in this live. Thank you. Also, big thanks to Dustiana. So sorry you got blocked. Make a new account. Maybe Crustiana. Maybe Crustiana. Maybe Mustiana. Definitely. That one would hit. But yeah, with that being said, I'm a dip. Love you. Bye bye.